Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for joining us at the regular meeting of the Dearborn Heights City Council, which is called to order today at 6:02 p.m. Madam Clerk, may you please take roll call?
Yes, Hassan Ahmad,
Present.
Moby Dun,
Here.
Nancy Breyer. Here. Robert Constant,
Present.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell. Absent. Hassan Saab,
Present.
Tom Wenzel.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. Because it's almost her birthday, we're going to have Rose Trepepi lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, please correct the record that Councilwoman Malinowski Maxwell is present with us.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, next up, before we begin, I would like to do a moment of silence for Gino Peastrack. He was a former DPW retiree who recently passed away. He was on a flight with his family, and while he was on the flight, he actually passed away. And so I'd like to do a moment of silence. Our heart is with Gino and his family and Mrs. Peastrack. May he rest in peace. Next up here, we have the agenda approval.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agenda for the regular meeting of July 22nd, 2025, with the removal of 9F.
9F. What is 9F?
9F, Library Director. They're not ready. They have a bid that they're working on. So they're gonna bring it back to us next meeting.
Second.
Right, motion made by Councilman.
Council Chair.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer.
I have a.
Yeah, I'm gonna open it up for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, let us finish.
Okay.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion? Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Council Chair. One second. I think this is important. I wrote this down because it's important. So, our residents have been getting the short end of the stick for a long time, living with dying trees, dead trees, sick trees on city property, asphalt patches and potholes on our streets, horrendous blight issues, short-term rentals, problems and reckless drivers speeding and running stop signs. And our residents get the same answers when they complain to the city. We don't have the money to do it, or the money for overtime for our city workers. We don't have to take care of it. We need to hire more police, but we don't have the money. We need to hire more ordinance department employees, but we don't have the money. We need to hire more DPW workers, but we don't have the money. Yet our comptroller is asking for $1.5 million to repair the Warren Valley Golf Course and Banquet Center parking lot. With that amount of money, we could hire nearly 15 police officers. With that amount of money, we could hire 20 ordinance officers. With that amount of money, we could hire over 15 DPW workers. With that amount of money, we could redo and bring all of our city parks up to fantastic conditions with state-of-the-art facilities, including barrier-free playscapes. To pass item 7B on tonight's agenda, it would be a slap in the face and a punch in the gut to the residents of Dearborn Heights, the same residents we are asking to support us and vote for us. I'm a big supporter of Warren Valley and pray for its success. However, I'm opposed to taxpayers' money being spent on what is literally a private business. Unfortunately, like other private businesses in our city, Warren Valley pays no property tax. The current contract with the city with Warren Valley's operators is considered to be one of the worst contracts ever signed by the city. This opinion is that of several council members, including our city council chairman. To spend this amount of taxpayer money would be insane. Currently, the city has invested over $3 million into the property. Once the banquet hall opens, the city will receive hopefully $60,000 a year per contract agreement. At that rate, it'll take over 50 years to break even on our initial investment of over $3 million. Jason is doing a great job on the golf course, and even with the percentage of greens fees and others, it's still going to take a long time to get a penny back on our investment. And now they're asking us, the taxpayers, to put the bill for another $1.5 million. I know this is a horrible contract we have. One part of the contract states that the city will maintain the parking lot. This brings into play a resolution that I'm working on to amend the contract stating the definitions of maintain the parking lot. Webster's dictionary has the meaning of maintaining as proactive, aiming to prevent problems before they occur, while the definition of repair is reactive, addressing issues after they have arisen, restoring functionality after a breakdown or failure. I had a recent conversation with a well-respected former councilman in which he agreed with me on the definition of these words. Nowhere in the contract is it mentioned the word repair or the meaning of the word maintain. In my resolution, I'll make it clear the definition and responsibilities of the city to maintain the parking lot, not repair it. That being said, I'm asking that item 7B be taken off of tonight's agenda.
All right. Any other discussion? Councilman Ahmad, would you like to amend your motion?
Council Chair, I don't think so. I think let's keep it just so we can discuss it when the item comes up.
No. We're good.
Okay.
Just to be fair, everyone need to have one.
I agree with it.
Any other council members? Okay, well, there's a motion on the table to approve the agenda.
A second.
It was already seconded by Councilwoman Bryan. But I want to open it up to any discussion because I know Councilman Wenzel spoke from the heart here. So if not, what we have a motion on the table to approve this agenda. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Hassan Saab,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel,
No.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
and Moby Jones.
Yes.
Motion carries 6.
Next up, we have the approval of the minutes.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
Let's come to some.
Councilman Saab.
move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes for the special meeting of July 8, 2025, as outlined in 4A.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion?
Council Chair. Council Chair,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure the minutes reflect that, when we initially went into closed session, we read the motion, which was MMRMA's attorney Carlito and his firm, had presented the recommendation. When we came back out, it said that Corporation Counsel had presented it. It should be reflected. It was, MMRMA, which was present during the meeting and approved it. And it was Carlito's, Young's, presentation.
Hang on. I just want to make it clear that when we refer to as Corporation Counsel, MMRMA is the Corporation Counsel for the city at the moment while we're discussing that
that's fine.
case. So we're not referring to Roger. And like, I don't want to be controversial. Actually, I'm gonna save my comments, but.
I just want to make sure we're
yeah,
clear.
Yeah,
That's
let's not get any deeper. Thank you. Yeah, there's many times where we meet with MMRMA, we say we're taking recommendation of Corporation Counsel. We're not referring to you. We're referring to the insurance company that is standing there.
as long as it's clear for the record. Thank you.
Yeah. Plus, the city doesn't have a corporation.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have 4B minutes of the regular meeting of July 8th, 2025.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes for the regular meeting of July 8, 2025, as outlined in 4-B.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have minutes of the special meeting
from July 15th, 2025.
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes for the special meeting of July 15, 2025, as outlined in four C.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by the Honorable Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have public hearings and public comments. We're gonna start off in person. Mr. Abdulhak did call me and ask for an additional minute, so I am going to honor that. And there was an additional woman that emailed me, actually, and texted me for some additional minutes as well, and I have them all written down. So, Mr. Abdulhak,
Good evening.
you are gonna have one
everybody.
additional minute, so you have 3 minutes. Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on.
Thank you very much. Zuhair Abdulhak, Dearborn Heights, 354 Rosemary. I have 3 items to talk about. A contract for Judy Association. Mrs. Judy has been working with the city for many, many years before anybody was on this city council even. She has a PhD in appraisals and she has 94% winning cases. I don't see why the mayor or the administration bring this contract back to you. The mayor had the choice to veto your decision. He did not, which means I hope you affirm your decision by 7-0 to send a message to him. You know, it's not a joke in wasting of time, of your time and our time and her time by bringing it as he wish. A second thing, 11A, I hope you approve what the treasurer is asking for. I think the history of this administration does not give him the luxury to spend the way he wants anything under 1,500. 1,500, it's for purchasing items as 8.9 in the charter. So I hope you approve what she's asking for, and I hope you ask for every month's list of all the expenditure after under $1,500, because you are the one responsible for the money, and we don't know if there is so many Z the cook, under this administration being paid illegally. The last one, Warren Valley. I do trust Mr. Isa that he's done, I think, something in the backyard of the golf course. It cost him $60,000 when the city paid for similar thing $159,000. Is that correct, Mr. Isa? The housing you did. Okay.
Just keep it to the council chair, Mr.
It doesn't matter. I trust Mr. Isa, and I hope that you give him the chance to seek somebody to do the work at the golf course. And I am very sure that he will come with cheaper price than what we have seen, 1.9 they are asking for. Thank you, and I appreciate it.
One more minute. Yes, an additional minute.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Please state your name, the city you reside on, the street that you live on.
Angela Venegas, Dwight Street, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. Last council meeting, I was up here and I spoke about the Amazon orders being $13,000 a month. And we asked for everything to be itemized, which they did. On the backup, I have a problem. The first problem I have is on these invoices, our account numbers on there. The routing number for the bank is on every single invoice that's listed in the packet. I have some questions of, some of the things we're buying. We're buying Hershey's, Kit Kat, Reese's chocolate bars. We're buying Glade plug-in refills. We purchased car mats for $149 for a vehicle. There's just a lot of things. We paid $36 for a gallon of window cleaner. You can get it for Windex for $10 at Menards for a gallon of Windex. I just think that we need a purchasing agent. We need somebody to take control. The city's in dire straits financially. And we spent $38,000 this month on Amazon. I work in a printing company. We buy boxes. I'm looking at all these different departments buying different paper, different boxes from Amazon. They're paying double. I don't know why we're not ordering paper, toilet paper, paper toweling, everything in large quantities that we're getting at volume and at a discount. The city's wasting a lot of money. And, it's just a shame that us residents are going, without police officers, like Tom said, trees being trimmed. Mo, I have 8 sycamore trees in the 4 houses that I live on at the corner. I almost brought the 32-gallon bag of garbage with me from the sycamore trees that I'm picking up.
I actually will just walk through Brookside neighborhood.
It's ridiculous.
No, I have never seen more sycamore trees.
The branch, the
Entire
bark.
life.
Yeah, the bark is everywhere now. It goes from one thing to another. I don't have a tree anymore. We were supposed to have a tree ordinance written up. We don't do anything. We present everything and we accomplish nothing.
Amen.
And the residents are suffering. And it's not fair. And to me, with this Amazon orders, there's a lot of wasted money here. And I don't know if any of you have gone through and looked at everything, but the biggest, all of our information's here, our account numbers, our routing numbers, everything. This is ridiculous. This should have all been blacked out. And we waste a lot of money in the city. And hopefully when we get a new mayor, things will straighten out, because under this administration, the city is garbage now. It really is. It's bad.
Thank you, ma'am. How you doing, sir? A true gentleman and a scholar. How you doing, sir? Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on.
Jim Gowdy, Kingston Freeway. Well, here's my 2 cents worth. The blight in the south end has reached an all-time high. People parking their cars on the lawns, overgrown lawns, bushes, trash cans stay on the street for 3 or 4 days. We have Airbnbs, grow houses, car rentals, right on Annapolis. Sidewalks looks like an earthquake went through. Nobody's addressed the sidewalk since 2000. And that's when Marge Horvath came around the south end to look at all the sidewalks. And I got cited for $700 on sidewalks. The creek is a disaster. It's so overgrown you can't see it from the brush. And it's a shame, but there's a monthly meeting on what they're going to do about the creek, but I don't think anything's ever been done with it. Another problem is e-bikes and scooters. God, it's terrible. Sailing down the streets, just like the cars. They barely stop at the stop signs. It's a mess. And the other thing with these Airbnbs, rental cars, grow houses, don't they need like a certificate or anything to open up these places? And the thing of it is, as Nancy said, if we're going to have these grow houses to grow it, why don't we sell it and have revenue from the grow houses? Have the revenue. In the grow house that's on God, I can't think of this.
Can you do me a favor, Jim? Can you write it down? That he has it written down? Oh, it's underneath the podium. There's a form that you can fill out, and if you write down the information with the address, I will get it over to George, or you can hand it over to George and she'll get it over to our police chief.
Well, here's another thing. They have the grow house. Is there 220 lines going into, they got by the side of the garage, there's about 3-4 big wires going through the garage. Don't they have to have a C of O or
100%. I just want you to write down that information on a form.
Well, what do you want me to write down?
The address.
I don't know the address. I can get it for you.
Okay. You have my number, right?
I think so.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you write my phone number down for him?
The front, there's a list of all the phone numbers.
Oh, okay.
Right before we leave,
Okay,
right before you leave,
okay.
outside the clerk's office.
Okay, okay. Thanks for your time.
Anytime, Jim. Thank you so much. How you doing, sir? Are you speaking as a resident or are you speaking as the deputy comptroller? or interim comptroller?
Whatever position you want to call me at this point. I'm asking for you to table item 11A. 11A is very vague. It has possible contradictions with the city charter as well as city ordinances. I am working currently on a procurement policy, which I was planning on presenting this council meeting, but I didn't have the chance for Plant Moran, the chief of staff, as well as the treasurer to review it, so we can all come to an agreement about how we can go about a strict and informal procurement policy that the city can follow. Part of the procurement policy, I do want to make sure everybody's aware, is the check register being public knowledge from $0 all the way to whatever amount. So there isn't anything that's going to be hidden. And I do want to make a point. I am the one that is the filter of all invoices, and I can assure you there's no kind of fraud happening with those invoices. So if there's any question as to people getting paid on a table and stuff like that, or vendors getting paid different amounts, I can assure you that that's not occurring. But I do hope that you understand that 11A does contradict some items in the chart as well as the ordinance. And it's very vague and contradicting items that it shouldn't contradict. The procurement policy that I have in place that I'm willing to present and propose to you next week will outline a better policy that the city can implement and hopefully help everybody with more transparency.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, honorable council members, council chair, speaking as treasurer for City of Dearborn Heights. So there was something that was just said. This is regarding 11A, by the way, the resolution. All right. And for the public's information, that resolution is about disbursement of funds in the City of Dearborn Heights. There was something mentioned about being vague and contradictory. I will tell you, this resolution, what you have before you, is verbatim. It's copied from the charter and state laws. There's nothing vague in this, respectfully. It's the charter. It doesn't contradict. Okay. What is really important to note is that the $1,500 amount that they're talking about is, if you look it up in the charter, it is for the minimum bid requirement for city procurement, not as a threshold for payments without council approval, as detailed in section 8.9 of your charter, which is where you will find all this information, by the way. So I want to ask for your support for this resolution. I'm happy to answer questions, but again, it's all black and white. It's right directly from the charter. I am going to ask the council for support on this, adopt the matter, cooperative effort, practice transparency. You, as a council body, you are the stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. Last time I presented this to you and brought it up about 6 months ago, there was over $1 million already spent that you have never had oversight of. Ever under $1,500 threshold. Those checks are being written. They're presented to me. Now, I will tell you, I check every one of them to make sure they're compliant or drawn from the right account or the general ledger is not exhausted. I will tell you time and time again, I've sent checks back to the Comptroller's office because they were in violation of the charter. This document, I'm going to reiterate, was taken directly from your charter. Please. This is about your control, your power, your oversight that you deserve to have and the residents elected us to do. And we took an oath of office for that. Thank you.
How you doing, ma'am? Please state your name, the city you reside in, the street that you live on.
Suzanne Wysack at 4509 Culver, Dearborn Heights, South End. Okay, I had, my first question was about these water meters, our new water meters. I was told by somebody in the mayor's office on 2 occasions that if I didn't get mine put in, that I would have $60 added onto my water bill. So does everybody have them now? or what? Because
Well, we're only at 33% of the city has been completed. So,
Only-
no, you will not be charged now, but if by the end of the time that you don't have it installed. I mean, this is the first time hearing that it's 66, is that what they said? $60?
Yep,
No, no, that has happened.
There's no amount.
okay. Okay, secondly, listen, I'm not against what anybody wants to do in life or in the neighborhoods, but they need to do it properly and they need to do it with proper licensing, and just like you want to drive a car, they better have a license.
I agree.
And, I think the city's missing out on a lot of money by not inspecting some of these places, first of all, because you could get money. I don't know who gets the money for the licenses, but if you open up a bar, the bar owner has to have a license. So, secondly, the air quality is so bad that you can't enjoy being outside, because I'll tell you what, the marijuana smoke is so bad in the neighborhoods that, we had fog, 2 weeks ago in the air? So I don't know, maybe I should have a big garage sale, invite everybody and let you smell what I smell, let you see what I see, and all of that. And then you'll know, unless I grow a bonfire every day and let the police come out to have me put it out and see how they like it. Okay, that's what I wanted to tell you. Now, I also made 2 copies, so you will know the dangers for all your children in these 2, which I will leave up here with the lady.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
How you doing, ma'am? I know you asked for additional 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you,
Please
Mr.
state your
Chairman.
name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on.
My name is Dr. Jumana Jude. I live in the city of Livonia on Fitzgerald. And I lived on Dock Stater for 30 years in Dearborn Heights. Good evening, and thank you very much for the privilege of addressing you tonight. As a former member of this esteemed body, I recognize the complexity of the decisions that you face, particularly when balancing fiscal responsibility with the need to secure the highest quality of professional services for our city. And I say our city because I consider Dearborn Heights my city. I would like to reiterate that I submitted the lowest qualified bid for the target appraisal assignment. My proposal reflected a fee of $5,500 with an hourly rate of $225 for trial prep, all with the established cap of $10,000. By contrast, the competing bid was $14,000 with a higher hourly rate of $250 an hour, and at $14,000 total fee and $17,000 retainer, which people seem to think it's $7,000. It's not. $7,000 is a retainer. So it's not $7,000 standing alone. Mr. Woodmere's recommendation from city officials appears to be grounded solely on his prior working relationship with the city. However, no specific examples have been provided to this body based on any anything to substantiate the nature, scope, or outcome of that collaboration, which limits your ability to assess the value of that experience. In contrast, I bring to this role not only cost efficiency, but extensive and relative expertise. I hold a PhD in urban planning, which positions me as a subject matter expert in assessing ways land use patterns contribute to property value. The Target store at issue has long served as a regional anchor and major economic driver in our community. Any assertion to the contrary fails to appreciate economic dynamics and retail infrastructure in our city. I have significant experience representing municipalities, as would be in this case, including assignments involving big box, which Target is a big box, retailers such as Target. I have appraised Target and represented municipalities against Target, Myers, Macy's, JCPenney, and Sears. I am also certified as an assessor, MCAO, which is one level less than below your own assessor, which is additional assurance of my technical qualifications and familiarity with relevant property tax laws. It has also been stated that Mr. Whitmere wins cases. However, Given that approximately 95% of these cases settle out of court and do not go to trial, it is difficult to determine what that statement is based on. Furthermore, concerns have been raised that regarding a potential conflict of interest on my behalf based on speculation about pending matters against the city. I currently have no pending cases against the city. And even if I did, there would be no conflict of interest based on governing ethical or legal standards. But I do not have any cases against the city. Finally, I have a long and meaningful history of public service to the city. I was a councilwoman, planning commissioner, zoning board commissioner, and Tifa board commissioner. These roles have afforded me deep insight into our economic landscape. I have lived in Dearborn Heights for 30 years. The only reason I left Dearborn Heights.
Your time has been up.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
I will give you 20 seconds to wrap it up.
I respectfully urge you that your vote be grounded in objective standards, those that prioritize qualifications, experience, and transparency. I remain confident that I will meet your expectations and possibly exceed them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Can I see that, buddy? I'm on. Can I see that?
You want that? No.
We just see one.
Follow them quiet.
I'll give it back to you.
Good evening.
How you doing, ma'am?
Good. My name is Florian Lagrasso, Dearborn Heights, 24443 Lehigh. I'm here because of an unfortunate incident a couple weeks ago at our corner at Lehigh and Bailey. Lots of kids in the neighborhood run around. Unfortunately, it's a four-way stop at our corner, and very rarely do people stop. Mr. Wenzel brought up a good point earlier about the stop signs and reckless, irresponsible drivers. One neighbor yelled at an irresponsible driver, which stopped, got out of his car and started shoving him. Unfortunately, the driver attacked the neighbor quite viciously. It's very concerning that people are being very irresponsible. Now, I've driven around the city as well as other cities for family reasons, and there's so many places that.
Can you speak into the mic a little bit?
Oh, I thought I was. There's so many places that have those solar stop signs, even in the city of Detroit in residential neighborhoods, I've noticed. There's also speed bumps in different parts of the city. My daughter's in Ferndale, and on her street, I measured it yesterday. It's a 10-foot wide speed bump and about 4 to 6 inches deep in the middle. I can't go more than 15 miles an hour over that speed bump without feel like I'm flying. It's just a thought and something that might be more permanent and low maintenance, just like the solar stop signs. I unfortunately had an incident where I had to lay up for a week and I watched my front window. People don't stop during the day, definitely don't stop at night when they saw, don't see the cross lights. But there's just too many irresponsible people that are not watching for the kids. We got lots of kids in the neighborhood, and even some of their parents are irresponsible as well. But the stop signs is a big issue.
Thank you, ma'am.
What do you do?
How you doing, ma'am? Are you speaking as the chief of staff or are you speaking as a resident?
Chief of Staff, I just wanted to request to remove item 9F from the agenda. We actually went out for bids for that item instead of just going with our existing maintenance company.
We did. We took it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed it.
Anyone else in the audience? How you doing, ma'am? Please step up. Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on. We'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Sarah Winters. I live on Lehigh Street in Dearborn Heights, Michigan.
I'm here to address the city does not have any services for autistic children. My grandson was living with me for 3 months. He went to Thorne School. He was sent there every morning. He was sent home every day because they couldn't or would not give the services. We don't have any services for kids. We don't. Our police are not trained, any of our responders are not trained to handle them. We have no parks. If to take them to a park, I go to Romulus, King Road and Telegraph to get them a place to play. Yet I pay city taxes. What are we going to do? Autism is so high. He is nonverbal. He is 12 years old. He looks like an adult. Does he understand if a police officer says something? No. Can we train our police officers to help? Yes. My grandson means the world to me. My husband died. He carries my husband's name. My life will go on the line for that boy. And our city needs to do better for autistic people. Last summer, there was a 5-year-old autistic child running down 3 blocks, almost got the Telegraph and Lehigh Street. I stopped him. I put him in my car and I called the police because I don't care if it's my child or your child. If he's in danger, I'm going to stop him. But as city services, we have to do better for our children. And I'm going to be one, I will stand here all the time and defend for them. They have every right as a citizen. In our schools, they need to treat better. So I hope and pray that you guys will do that. Look at your parks because your parks are not equipped. I live down the street from Daly Park. It's not equipped for him. Last time I took my grandson there 2 weeks ago, there was a fight between a gentleman on Hopkins and on Lehigh. And it started off as a fist fight. And you know what happened? Another guy came out of the street, out of the house. You know what he had? A butcher knife. It's time our city stops this violence in our neighborhoods. And when the police come, don't just sit there and drive off. Do something because it's our children.
Thank you.
Council Chair.
You. Again, I just want to add something, ma'am, and I just want you to know that most recently this body here approved a disability commission, be able to look at things like how do we allow our parks to become more ADA compliant, to offer things for children with autism or just some type of disability. And so this body here is trying to move in the right direction.
I'm willing to help any way I can, but our schools really need.
Well, the schools is a separate entity. That has nothing to do with this body. The school is the school board. It's the superintendent.
Nobody wants to answer to it. And I understand you can't answer to it. But he went to Thorne, which is a couple blocks from me. And now he goes to Burger Baylor, which is on Middle Belt and Carlisle. And it's an all autistic school. He can attend there until the age of 24. We have to have better programs in our city to keep our kids in our city.
Thank you.
Council Chair.
Can you also do me a favor? Can you get your number? George, you said it's under there? Yeah.
There's a number in there?
Can we move it? Can we leave it up here?
There's the form.
Yeah. Can you fill that form out for us?
Sure.
Put your information on there. She'll email it to us and then, there's a disability commission and I don't believe it's already even been fully staffed. We would love if you want to take part in it.
I love to because my grandson's my heart.
We'd love to have you on there. Councilman Saab.
Yeah, to echo the ma'am's young lady's words here about autistic kid and kids with disability. I actually had a meeting with our recreation director about a month ago at the Spirit Festival. And I brought this up before that we don't do nothing, not much for kids with disability with autism. And we took initiative for next year that we're gonna have a day, a tent and something, even if I have to sponsor and pay for it, for autistic kids and kids with disability, because we do lack, even our parks. It's a disgrace. It's gonna take time, but I promise that I'm at least pushing for it because no kid should look at the side of a park when other kids are playing. Everybody should be treated equally and be fair, across the board with everything. But yes, it's something that I've definitely brought up as a concern also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Wanso, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I'm good. Thank you. I sympathize with her though, 100%.
Thank you. We're gonna have one more resident going. It's almost her 55th birthday.
29. if she
Those are
stops kicking people.
Rose has been coming to city council meetings for 76 years.
Yes. But I've only been coming here for one reason, and I'm here for that reason again. Eaton Senior Center. Your hands are tied. Martin's hands are tied. Everybody's hands are
Please
tied.
state your name, the city you're
My
residing.
name is Rose Trepepe, 2 Lane Street, Dearborn Heights. I'm Tom Wenzel's neighbor.
Sorry.
He hides from me when he sees me.
Yeah, I would too.
There are 5 air conditioners sitting in that young man's building that
Right.
need to be installed at Eaton.
I've spoken with DPW.
Their hands are tied too.
Yes, and
Okay, how do we untie everybody's hands? Should I walk around like this?
we're gonna speak to DPW in a second. Maybe Mr. Deep. Mr. Deep, can we expedite that for them? Are we waiting for a senior to pass over for us to say we're gonna jump on board on this one?
They've been sitting at Canfield for a week.
They need to be delivered and installed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we get on it tomorrow? Thank you.
I
There you
mean-
go.
Us seniors could install them, but they told me no way, I can't. And I talked to DPW too. So anyway, thank you, and I'm gonna untie everybody's hands,
Thank you.
especially yours.
All right, Rose.
Council Chair,
Yes, sir.
what's the problem? What's the issue? How come they're not getting
They're
installed?
not delivered.
Oh, money? I'm working on getting us some more money.
Let's listen to the director. Maybe he
Million and
has.
a half.
Yeah, let's hear from the director first.
Okay, just on the air conditioners, I was told by DPW they only have one person qualified to do it and they're not available. I think they were on vacation and they're returning. And that's it. I just wanted to reassure the person that was concerned about the autism and what we're doing. Councilman Saad, I made all the arrangements for the carnival. It's all set for next year. There will be a special needs day. It's all done.
Thank you.
But
What about, I know I requested that like those with disability would get an hour before we open to be able to enjoy the rides in the festival.
I went over that with the carnival operator, and he just wants to give them a special wristband and let them go all day. So they can go at their own leisure and not be packed into a special time. I mean, we can do that. I'm sure it's going to be in the early afternoon because we're going to have a special program for them with, food and games and things like that. But he says it's very costly for them to bring people in early. He would rather them just come in at noon when they open on
1 hour early.
Thursday.
Every city does 1 hour early. We need to figure out how to get them there 1 hour early.
Okay. I mean, they're very accommodating to that.
The point is that the disability is they don't want to be in a crowded event right in the beginning. What they want to be able to do is while it's not open to the public and only to those with some type of disability, our seniors, whomever that's labeled under as a disability can go in and enjoy the amenities for at least that first hour.
Right. So, but we're there, we're working on it. It's in the schedule.
And if they can't figure that out for us, then let us know that maybe we need to go back to the drawing board since we're so quick to like look at contracts and figure it out. Let's figure out this contract and we can go to another company.
Right. Okay. But let's just talk about what we're doing. Just this week, I met with chief engineer, and we're already in the planning of a grant for accessible playground. We're already working on a plan to renovate Daly Park to add more amenities there. And we're able to do that, using the TIFTA money. So that I'm actually have some preliminary drawings already of what we're working on. So that's all in the works. When it comes to special needs, once we get through the summer, I'll be meeting with the commission so we can plan programming and events for them. So we will be working in that area for them. Is it a special thing for me? Yes, it is. My son's autistic, so I'm going to pay attention to it. And the show we do, I can assure you, we have several employees that are working now for recreation. They're all with disabilities, and we're employing them. They take a little bit more understanding. I understand them. I can work with them and understand, and they're doing a fantastic job. So they're working in our parks, helping us with things, and they feel very useful and very fulfilling. So I just want you to know those are all things we're doing. It's not on the wayside. They're not forgotten, and we're working on it every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience? Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in the audience?
Council Chair, I've got a couple things, so step up to the podium or is
No, man,
it?
you're the councilman. You don't
Okay.
need to step up to the podium. Are you speaking as a resident?
I'm speaking as, let me see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like as a resident, most, yeah.
You state your name, the city
My
you
name-
reside in, the street that you live on. You got 2 minutes.
Tom Wenzel, 2 Lane Street, neighbor of Rose Trepepe, Dearborn Heights. First of all, I'd like to wish Rachel a point, happy birthday. Today's her birthday. Happy birthday, Rachel. Whoops. Is it on? No, it's on. Yeah.
Speak into your microphone.
Happy birthday to Rachel Lapointe. Today's her birthday. Happy birthday. On August 9th, the Friends of the Detroit River, in association with some local Dearborn Heights organizations, we're having a cleanup program at the Heather Lane Park. It's the cleaning the Ecorse Creek, basically out of the water along the creek banks, and we're also going to be doing some maintenance on the playscape at Heather Lane Park. And I couldn't help but not mention the Green Monster. If you're familiar with the south end of Dearborn Heights, there's a house that's being built in a neighborhood with like 800, 900 square foot houses, about 5,000 square foot house. It's a monster, green monster, it's all green, hasn't been worked on in 9 months. The weeds are literally 3 feet tall all the way around the house and trees growing out of the foundation. Nothing's been done to it except it being completely boarded up now. Ordinance Director Lefevre has been very helpful recently. I've been working with him and we're getting some kind of action taken on citing the owner for the blight issue. It's a major, major blight issue. You've got a minute, you drive down Cornell Street and Powers, Eaton on the corner of Powers. It's right on the corner of Cornell and Eaton. You can't miss it. It's a 50-foot tall house. I don't know. It's a giant house. I mean, it's huge. And council members, I gave you something today. It's a thing about our community garden. Everybody's got this. It's a proposed community garden. It's a community unity event to unite the community. I wish we could take a look at this and see if we can get something going on. Let's get this passed so we can start working on it, because we have a lot of individuals that are interested in participating in this community garden. Like every day I get more and more people calling me and say, when can we start? But go ahead and look at this email here or thing that George was kind enough to print out. And I had to say pretty pleased, but she did it anyway. And let's get this community garden started, before I see what we can do to get it going before maybe before the next meeting. But once again, August 9th, the cleanup, Friends of the Detroit River, clean up the Ecorse Creek at Heather Lane Park, 9 a.m.
Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else in the audience? This is echoing, so if anybody in the back room can hear us, it's echoing a little bit. And then I see we also have Tim Emery. Please state your name, the city you reside in, the street that you live on.
Yeah, good evening, Counsel.
Good evening.
The lady that spoke on the autism, I am president of the Board of Education of Westwood Schools. Can you guys give her my phone number? Tom, I know you have my phone number.
I will
Give it to her and have her give me a call.
I will make sure that she emails, can we include Tim Emery in the email chain? We can. You'll be on the email chain, Tim. Thank you.
Yeah, we have that.
Thank you. Next up, we have Renee.
That's it.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Bye.
Renee,
Oh, hello.
hello.
Okay, Renee Myrna, Annapolis Street, Dearborn Heights. I just have one question. A while back, I believe Chairman Moe, you said that you were going to look into or start an investigation into the water rates, and I'm just wondering where it is with that. I mean, is there something going on? Is it, has it been assigned to someone to investigate all those water rates and the things with the new water meters?
That's a great question. Thank you so much. And when GLWA was reaching out to the administration, they were being told to stop and that they were working on something on their own. And that was the last that they followed up with me, that they weren't allowed to come in or to even be able to look into the depths of what is happening. They were getting pushback.
Okay, is there any other option of what can be done to look into that?
I mean,
Okay.
you know, the way I look at it is we have a new administration coming in. Obviously, I think it needs to be public, and anything that is taking place, I want to make it clear, it's not on the employees in the water department. I think this is a look at what is the expense and why are residents being charged such high water bills. I still personally believe that there's an issue. But again, we're not here to point fingers. We just want to make sure that whatever is being investigated is being done by somebody outside of the city and not the actual city doing it.
Okay, so where does it stand when people are hesitant to change their water meters because of the issues going on?
I don't have that answer for those individuals. At the end of the day, the city is asking that we're going to replace every single water meter regardless.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Anyone else in the audience? You have an iPhone. Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on.
Hassan Jamal, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Just wanna, as a person who served in the past in the capacity of the budget and grant compliance for the city, there is no need for $1,500 limit on minimum or maximum. The charter is very clear. The mayor has the right to sign up to the line item on any emergency or necessary expenditures. This $1,500 was talked about back in 21. I tried to put it in at that time, didn't go nowhere after I left that position. It is time for the council to recognize that there is a difference between minimum bid requirement and there are no requirement or no authority of anybody to spend a penny without city council approval, except in the case of under the charter section 8.9 and 5.3, that the mayor has the right to sign and certify that it is necessary under circumstances to spend money without city council approval if it hindered the operation of the city. So with that, I encourage you to look objectively and at the same time allow any mayor, it doesn't have to be the present or the future, any mayor, to practice according to the charter his authority. If there's an emergency or there's necessary expenditures, they can certify that and send it to whoever and clarify that with the council later on. It is transparency. The city should, it's about time. That was supposed to be done in 21. I'm sorry I wasn't able to do it that time. Have a great day.
All right. I don't see any more on Zoom. Anyone else in person? Seeing none, we'll go to fund transfers and current claims.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve current claims and ACH wire transfers 6-1 through 6-46, 6-49 through 6-60, and 6-62 through 6-63 as submitted.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up is 7A, Assessor Comer Bid Award Commercial Appraisal Services.
Council Chair.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman Breyer.
All right, I'd like to recommend a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council rescind City Council Motion Number 25-380 and award the bid for commercial appraisal services to Fromm and Widmer, Inc. for a total cost not to exceed $14,000 and return the bid bonds to the unsuccessful bidders. In addition, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the contract on behalf of the city and authorize the mayor and controller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants. The treasurer to issue payment from account 101-200-817-000, of which the current budget is $25,000 as outlined in 7A. This is for discussion purposes.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer. Do I got a second?
Support.
Seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Open it up for discussion. I'd like to speak on this quickly. Is Director Comer on here from the Assessor's Office? Is she online? Director Comer's on here. Can she please raise her hand? She is. Can you unmute her?
I'm here.
Hey, Kimberly, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Was there a reason why this was brought to the city council?
Yes. So the way the motion was stated originally, there was that added $10,000 cap, and that isn't in the original verbiage of the bid. So if we would like to continue to go with Judah, we just need a motion that doesn't include the verbiage of that $10,000 cap. So that's why it was brought back.
But wasn't the cap offered on the other individuals as well at $14,000?
There was only one cap stated in the bid that was submitted. And so if you guys have a cap and you're going to negotiate that, that's great, but it just can't be in the motion part. And so once that's corrected, then I believe that solves the issue and we can move forward.
But this recommendation here was not to say to remove that. This was a recommendation to rescind Jumana Judy and to add the other person that you wanted.
That's not what I submitted. I submitted that it just be rescinded to correct how that verbiage is. So if you wanted to go with Judah, that's not an issue with me. I just wanted the cap wasn't part of the bid as it was written and delivered to us during when they were initially submitted. That was all. And I think that I spoke with Roger about it would clarify and correct any issue. So
Maria?
I'm not sure about the motion that's being submitted presently. I'm just asking for it to be rescinded. And then if you want to redo the same thing, that wasn't the issue as far as what I understood.
Yeah, Mariana, a question for you. Is there a reason why we're requesting to go with a different bidder?
Again, you can choose whatever bidder you want. The only issue with the motion was that you can't change a bid after the bids have been submitted. You have to award it as the bids are presented.
Correct. Is there a reason why we like?
It was just the original language on the verbiage that was there from the prior meeting. We didn't change anything there.
I don't think the name was given for the initial first one.
It's the same motion as the original. Nothing changed.
Council Chair,
Councilman.
I think I understand where the administration is coming from. It was my motion last time and I changed it to go with Judy and Associate. And I think their concern is because I put a cap and Judy and Associate didn't have a cap. And since we have Mr. Judy here today, are you okay with that cap? Would that solve the problem?
No, because the bid didn't come with a cap, so you can't request that because then you're renegotiating what the bids went out and then that's not open to the public. While the other individuals didn't, you know.
Well, we had one of them with the cap.
Yeah, because that's how they put it on there.
That's how they bidded it, correct. So we can't change the terms of what the bids are. You have to award it as it is presented.
So just award them Ms. Judy without a cap.
Correct.
We can rescind that motion.
I think the maker of the motion, do an amended motion.
Well, let me ask Mr. Judy first. Do you anticipate going to court and spending that much money? Like from your experience, how many times you have to go to court in case if you have to go to court?
It's my experience that
Please speak into the mic, please.
it's my experience that these cases settle out of court. If there's any trial prep, it's usually 5 to 10 hours. And at my rate is $225. It usually doesn't go more than that. If it reaches that, these cases typically, settle out of court. It's very expensive to take these cases to trial. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars with court reporters and the attorneys at $400 an hour. So most cities can't afford to take these cases to trial.
Can I ask you a question? I know you talked a little bit about big boxes and I think, the last time we were having this discussion, because you became the lowest bidder, the perception became you don't have the experience. And I tried to stop the narrative that's not what this case could be. And really, I don't know, but maybe you could tell us a little bit about your experience or maybe some big companies that you've represented. I know you brought up Target, maybe any other companies.
Yeah, Macy's, JCPenney, Sears, Hudson's, Myers, Target.
That's awesome.
I represented the cities, by the way. I was on the city's behalf, not on the private sector behalf. But honestly, all those cases, they settle out of court. Most cities, along with Dearborn Heights, They can't afford to take these cases to trial. It's just too expensive.
Thank you. Okay, so you want to rescind it and
Yes,
choosing Joanna Judy without putting any cap on there?
I will rescind
No.
No.
You'd have,
without a cap.
so you'd have to.
You have to
amend the
amend this.
motion.
So she has to amend this
Choose the lowest
motion
bidder.
to,
No, we don't have to amend this.
because she read 7A, Councilwoman.
Yeah,
You can still rescind this.
All right, you want to,
accepting
you,
Joanna Judy without any cap.
what I would do would rescind the motion that was made before,
right.
because you can't do the, from what you, where's?
Yeah.
You can't do the not to exceed. Then vote on it to award the bid, if that's what you choose to do,
Right.
to Jumana.
Yeah, but it's all in one motion.
Well, yeah, and to award it to her.
Yeah.
Do you want the original one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes,
And if you could, just go ahead.
and then.
So rescind the
current.
motion,
Withdraw the motion.
25380 and award the bid to, what's her name?
Here, you got, I have it.
You did.
Yeah,
You don't have.
do it because,
There wasn't there. So you authorize him to sign the contract. but there
do you have a
wasn't there.
contract submitted to the city? Did you submit a contract to the city?
I have not submitted anything because I haven't been told that I'm awarded.
Well, once we award it, then you can submit your contract.
Absolutely.
Council Chair,
Yes.
I would just ask, I'm gonna ask, I raise an objection to what, the young lady stated that how cities don't, want to go to trial because it's too expensive. I'm not gonna, chain the city. I'm not gonna tie us into any kind of strategy, especially where we have other people listening to this. If we need to, we will go to trial if it's so needed. We will not let any kind of financial to represent the citizens of the city, as was stated earlier, chain our hands to anything in strategy.
My apologies, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Council Chair,
Yes, sir.
couple things is, we can't approve a contract before we have it.
Yeah, we got to see it.
Yeah, we have to have a contract. We can't go by someone's word, approve it.
It must be in
We
writing.
accept the
We're
bid.
just approving the bid.
We're
not the
accepting the
contract.
bid.
What bid?
Accepting the lowest
The
bidder.
lowest bid.
Rescind and
Just
accept.
in your backup.
I know, but I'm saying, but
We don't have a
that bid is not the contract that we want to give her.
That's the contract
This is
between her
awarding
and
the bid. You're not awarding the contract. You're awarding you're accepting that, hey, this is we're gonna go with the lowest bidder. Then when a contract comes out, you have to approve the contract.
That's not the way you do things.
And every single time, point of order, every single time you have ever awarded a bid, you're not awarding a contract. Right now, you're about to look at a potential bid here for the golf course. You look at a bid, you see their pricing, and then you guys approve on a contract.
What's the bid though? We're awarding a bid. What is the bid?
Who we're gonna choose to represent the city of Dearborn Heights.
It doesn't say the person it says we are awarding the bid for commercial appraisal services.
Tom, this was last meeting.
I know.
Yeah, this is not today's
It's
meeting.
back next meeting, we'll reject this and bring it back at the next meeting with everything tightened up.
You can just award the bid and ask for the contract to come back to us.
Remember the last meeting when we said like, we're gonna listen to the professionals?
Yeah.
I'd like to believe that our clerk is a professional and this expert is a clerk. She's the elected official. Madam Clerk, how does that work?
Well, you want to rescind the bid, or you want to rescind that original motion
Okay,
and then award the bid.
okay, and then what
Because
happens
you
after
had
that?
the, and then, once the contract is brought back to council, then you can approve that.
Submit the contract.
Okay. Is that normal practice, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. I know, guys, nothing from the audience. I understand that. I'm asking the question because I know the answer to it. But please, nothing from the audience. Okay.
Council Chair?
Yes.
Nothing personal. I mean, I have no dog in this fight at all.
Yeah.
But do any council members have a personal relationship or business relationship?
Zero. I have zero. But what I want here is we can't pick and choose when we want to spend a lot of money and then pick and choose when we don't want to spend a lot of money. You know, like we come back and we say things like, oh, we have no money for this and why are we spending all this extra money? But then when we go to spend extra money, it's like, oh, well, $27,000. And I'm pretty offended by that.
About what? $27,000 for what?
$7,000 that could potentially pay for a part-time employee throughout the summer. if we want to say, talk things like, we shouldn't be spending money because we can be putting it to trimming a tree or having this, but then when we come to say we're gonna choose a lowest bidder, I have nothing in this, by the way, either. I don't know her, I don't know the guy, I don't know the other person, I can care less. But what I can tell you is, it was a lower bidder. You and I specifically know, and I think anybody on this council being a fiduciary know, that the city is in a very dire need. You just read a whole thing about how the city needs money. But then you're like, oh, well, it's okay, let's just spend an extra $7,000 as retained, plus an additional $10,000. That's $17,000.
Well, it's 7,000? I thought it was 4,000.
Was retained for $7,000 with an additional $10,000. That's $17,000. That's $17,000 that we can put towards the park, towards more police officers.
So, I mean, why can't we just see the bid? I mean, we amended the bid, a council member amended the bid. I know, but they amended the bid last meeting.
We didn't amend any bid. All we said was,
Yeah.
we're gonna go with the lowest bidder. The city wants to use the higher bidder.
No, we amended the bid.
Tried to amend
We
it.
put a cap.
Yeah,
I put a cap
yeah.
on it.
And so now we're saying that there's no cap. What would you like to do, Councilman?
I'd like to see, come in with the bid, see the bid like everyone else. I mean,
Well, that's a bid in front of you, Councilman.
but it's not, doesn't have a cap on it.
That's how it was bidded out, Tom.
Time out. There was no cap on there.
Right.
Councilman said, we're gonna go with this, and if just to make everybody feel comfortable, let's add a cap.
Yeah, you can't do
The
that.
assessor said, we can't do that, so accept the bid with just the lowest bidder without a cap.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's just odd,
It's-
Like I said,
That's
nothing
okay.
personal, but it's just kind of odd approving stuff without nothing. I mean, without one of the bids, there was 3 bids, I think there was, right? 3. And we've seen all the other ones, but the one we're approving is one that.
No,
It's
Councilman,
not-
I want you to correct the record, because what you're doing right now is you're enticing that like we're doing something illegal or so, you don't have
No.
the other information. I want to say this, what you're saying is not true. You have all 3 bids.
Yeah.
You have
We
it today,
chose,
too.
and if you look at your computer, you'll see you have all 3 bids. You're saying, oh, I saw the other 2 bids and I didn't see the other bid. I don't want.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Because you're saying you have no dog in the game, then you say, oh, does anybody here know anybody? And you kind of insinuating things, and to be honest with you, I don't appreciate that.
I'm just trying
Because
to.
what you're doing
I'm
is
just
you're
trying to
insulting
make.
one of your council members, and I know it's not me, because I
I
have.
want to make anyone, I'm gonna clear the air on everything.
Yeah,
No questions. Right? So I'm just saying, I'm just making it clear. We have 3 bids.
and you have
And we're approving a bid that's gonna be altered.
No, we're
Yeah,
not.
because it doesn't, the original bid doesn't have a cap.
He's reading, we're
We're reading the
rescinding
same
that.
motion.
You're rescinding the old bid that's saying
I know.
because it wasn't approved that way, and you're approving the lowest bidder. I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to explain.
I'm just saying, we got 3 bids
Okay,
and we looked at all 3 of them, but now the one that we want to award is not gonna, that bid is not going to be the bid that we accept in the end.
No. Council
It's
Chair,
gonna have a cap on it now.
no.
we're rescinding that because there's no, you can't. We're removing that. We already approved it. It passed 5-7. I'm 5-2. We're rescinding the 5-2 approval, and we're taking it back as the original bid that was submitted.
With
The
no
original
cap.
bid that was submitted, no, there was never a cap.
Okay, so we're approving this with no cap.
Exactly, which is the lowest bidder.
Oh, I ain't gonna approve it. Something with no cap.
Okay, then let
None of
you
them have to.
let the council here make its decision.
Well, the thing is, the way they put the bid, Council Chair, they didn't ask for a cap. So they should have probably asked for a cap or.
Yeah, I mean, just all they have to do is redo and say there's a
But the
cap.
thing is, Councilman, we don't have the time. They have to be submitted by September. So you need to pick something today because they need to have the report by September.
And again, I hate that. I have to agree with him on this one. We're always so quick to rush the council. You have short term, and if you don't do it now, we're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it. Now, I know I spoke with Kimberly and she did tell me we're on a time frame. Like, man, you guys can't keep just throwing something at the city council last second. If you don't approve it right now, we're gonna lose out on this money. Sucks. But we didn't do that.
The deadline is September 16th, and you don't have a minute after that. The deadline is midnight, September 16th.
Thank you. Okay, we got a motion here to rescind and to accept whichever bidder we choose here, guys.
A second.
No, motion's made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Ahmad.
Let her restate her motion.
Can you restate your motion?
We want to,
removing the cap of the
Right.
one that was altered with.
What was the lowest bidder, Judean?
Right.
okay, we're rescinding the motion. We're now going to go with the lowest bidder without a cap.
Thank you.
You don't need to mention without, just, you're going with,
We're going with
Judy and
lowest bidder.
Associate.
Yeah, with Judah.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by
Second.
Councilman Constant. Any discussion? Just want it for the record. Yes, ma'am.
I think in the original motion, it said to return the bid bonds to unsuccessful bidders.
And return all the bid bonds to all the unsuccessful bidders. Can you say that, please?
And return the unsuccessful bidders' money.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll get then we'll get a contract at the next meeting and then.
And then we'll put that before the city council.
Then that'll be at the next meeting. Okay.
Okay, any discussion on this? I just want to make very clear. Because some things are being said. I have no affiliation to any party or any of this. My business doesn't even operate in anything in commercial. Or just full disclosure,
Same here too.
okay?
Same.
Any other discussion? Having none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, may you please take roll call?
Yes, Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes,
Tom Wenzel,
No.
Hassan Saab,
Yes.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
no,
and Mo Beidun.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-2.
thank you. Next up, we have Comptroller's Office bid award for Warren Valley Golf Course parking lot project.
Council Chair,
Councilman, Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for the Warren Valley Golf Course Project Lot 2 is outlined in 7B.
they didn't
Blank
name.
is outlined in 7B. Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant,
Why is it blank?
I'll second for discussion.
seconded by Councilman Saab.
Fill in the blank with who?
Yeah, that can be discussed after. Any discussion?
Council Chair,
Councilman Saab.
to be honest with you, I completely reject this bid. In any form, to any contractor, because I truly believe the parking lot, my personal assessment based on other city officials, I think we can do an overlay or 2-inch cap on it. I just don't see why we gotta spend $1.3 million for all the extra work. I mean, the parking lot's been the same way it's been for decades. Never had an issue. All of a sudden, we gotta tear the ground up. I just, our job was in the contract to repave the parking lot, not to completely rip it out and tear it. And I believe there was some statements made at the last meeting or 2 meetings ago about a bid saying that you or I had put a bid forward from a contractor. Just to clear the record on that, Mr. Issa's attorney and Mr. Issa himself had sent that bid in. And I'm not sure what the price was. I think it was like 460 or 480,000. Just to put that on the record, for doing the whole parking lot. To get up to the bids that we see here between $1 million to $1.4 million, absolutely ridiculous. As much as we have to get it done, it's in our contract, it's an obligation. The city owns the property, whether maintaining it or repairing it, it's our duty. That's the contract the city signed a few years back. But I just don't believe that what the requirements here and what weight trim in the and our city engineer, the question is just not feasible at this time.
Council Chair.
I'm gonna just give a quick discussion and I'll allow, Mehdi, if you don't mind coming up here. We brought BSNA for $170,000 or what was it, 350,000?
Yeah, the first payment was
$380,000.
160, I think.
And when we wanted to find the money for BSNA, you, Chief of Staff, our IT Director Cooper, you guys were scattering around, you were able to take money around from everywhere. When I asked where is this money coming from today, he said, fund balance. We don't got that money in fund balance. And if we do, you didn't show it to us. And if you are taking it from fund balance, you didn't put it in this motion, nor did you state it in the backup. The reality is, for me, one, I have to agree with Councilman Saab. $1.1 million should never have been the cost. A quick layover, stripe it up, keep it moving. That parking lot is the one parking lot at the golf course that has never flooded, ever. There's no reason why we need to come in here and drop all this money when it could just be a quick layover, make it look pretty and stripe it up. That's number one, but that's for a whole different discussion. But why are you not telling us where's the money coming from? How are we to approve something from a fund balance when we sat here through a budget season just in April and May, where we said we only have like $30,000 left in fund balance?
30,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you know about a different number that you didn't disclose with us, but I know you do a really.
That is the revenue and expenses. The difference is 30,000. The fund balance is essentially what you have in an unrestricted bank account. So the unrestricted fund balance at the end of this fiscal year of 2024, 2025 should be approximately 2.2 million.
About $1 million on a golf course.
Just 2 weeks ago. Give it to me today.
I understand that, but you got to remember that this budget, we are matching revenues and expenses. So if we don't go way over like we did last year on overtime, which I hopefully we don't, we should end this year with $2.2 million of fund balance as well. However, this parking lot project, as Councilman Saab did state, it's contractually obligated. We have to move forward with it. So the idea was that although the parking lot itself, the total cost is $1 million to $1.5 million, the cost associated with the portion that the school is going to be using is going to be covered by the schools. And then
backed out, by the way.
What did you say?
The school's going to still use the parking lot and it's going to say that the city needs to pay for it.
I mean, that was
we have a good idea. Somehow things get all caught up and then
I mean, here's
we
the
lost
thing.
it on $300,000.
So the idea is if you do approve it, you can put those kind of stipulations in the motion to say, hey, we will approve this, but only if A, B, and C occur. You've done that before. You've amended the motion.
I need to know where you're taking the money from.
It would have to be coming from fund balance. So based on our projection, the fund balance this year is going to end up at $2.2 million. Fund balance is scarce. I'm not saying that this is a great idea. I'm not saying that we're in the clear and it's going to be great for everybody. But unfortunately, it's a contractual obligation. So whether it's we move forward with this type of parking lot or go with a much cheaper option of constructing a parking lot, that's not on me. I'm not the engineer for that part. But Mr. Dib deemed it necessary for a long-term solution and not just a 5-year solution.
Nice. Can we go out, Mr. Deeb, can we go back out for bid on just a quick, whatever Councilman Saab was saying, a layover?
So you could do that. Now, Mr. Dib, Councilman Saab is right. There are different pricing, but it depends on what the specs are. And Mr. Dib came up with the specs that would last you 15 to 20 years of the parking lot and not have to go back out and fix it in 5 to 10 years. And he can speak on that because I'm not an engineer.
Thank you.
Council Chair, so I believe this actual design that went out to bid was emailed to all of you on May 22nd, 2025. So the way we came up with that design is we cored the existing pavement. We all know the condition of the parking lot. We cored every angle of all 4 areas and determined what is out there. And to say there are cheaper alternatives, yes, we can do it cheaply, but it isn't going to last. We have potholes larger than the section of pavement that we have. So in order to do it, we looked at bless you. So we looked at what is the long-term solution. I'm looking at a 20-year lease for the facility and a parking lot that I'm asking for it to last 20 years. So we look at the proper repair. What you have before you is the actual proper repair for that parking lot. It is used heavily. I go over the weekends and this parking lot is busy. And if we continue to allow the school to use it, it's going to be busy. And with all the upcoming venues that are ready to open up, that place is going to be busy. I will not have the opportunity. Can I go back out and look for a cheaper alternative? Yes. My goal was to try to finish the construction before the school starts and before Mr. Aisa is ready to open. Again, we're not looking for a Band-Aid. There are different Band-Aids, but to tell me 2 or 1.5 inch of overlay, the potholes are 3 times that thickness. So, I mean, it is, you want to do a proper repair? That is the correct, proper repair, in my opinion. I've asked professional engineers to core, and I've reviewed the cores myself. That pavement hasn't been looked at and updated in years. This is the right way to do it. I talked to the comptroller about the funding from the start to see what it will take. Aside from the finance, I'm not the finance person, but the arrangement, and we bid it out in such a way, and I think I included in your package, the difference why we bid it. We itemized the bid so you can see what the base bid will be, what the alternates that we are looking for. We're trying to accommodate all the needs of the potential users in that area, whether it's the banquet facility, whether it's the school, whether it's us for the golf operation. That design accommodates everyone's needs, and it is intended to last as long as the lease will last. And the finance part, I intentionally did not pick any of the bidders, only because of the speculations and the kickbacks and stuff. You have all qualified bidders. You want to go with low bid, second low bid, whatever, but that's the proper way to go. And that is my professional opinion.
Mariana, can I ask you a question before you begin, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
I know we budgeted about 750,000 for this about 2-3 years ago. I know it wasn't an unrestricted, but I know it was in our budget 3 years ago. What happened with that money?
It went back to the general fund at the
What
end
did
of
we
the
do with that
year.
money when it went back into the general fund?
Again, it got spent in union contract negotiations, overtime, all of the things that we have been overspending on every year.
What about fund balance? I thought that's what paid for fund balance.
Again, when the year finishes and you haven't spent the money goes back to fund balance. I did want to add one more thing because of course financing is always the concern that we have. So I just wanted to share some estimates of what Jason and Mr. Issa would potentially be paying the city as part of the revenues, because it's a little bit larger than what was mentioned earlier today. So we get 10% of the green fee revenues, and that's going to be approximately 9,500 per month in the summertime, and then it increases in September, October, November, and then it goes back down a little bit. We have 10% of the golf alcohol sales now that we have the alcohol approved, and hopefully that's going to be around $2,000 a month. We have the concession agreement, which we will be getting around $3,600 a month, as well as the rent, which is the $60,000 per year, $5,000 per month. So we're estimating that in revenues, we're going to be getting around $160,000 a year from the golf course revenues. So that's not in our current revenues for this budget right now. So that is a revenue that we can add, and it will continue to be there for the following 20 years on the existence of this parking lot. So that's potentially a way that you can try to pay some of that back. But that was just for me to share with you what the revenues are estimated to be moving forward.
Thank you.
Also, Chair.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Dib, whatever the proposal that Councilman Saab mentioned, I know it's a temporary thing, but how long do you think it would last?
5 years.
Is that a 5-year thing?
I'm not expecting it to last 5 years, no. Because look at the conditions of the parking lot. I'm not talking about flooding, just the pavement conditions. I have a large vehicle and I barely can make it. Those potholes are excessive.
No, I'm with you 100%. If we had the money, I mean, all day long, we're approving this, but the thing is, we don't have the money. And hopefully Mr. Issa would understand that we can work together and maybe just maybe at least for the next few years, then maybe we can find a permanent solution.
Will an overlay work?
I know, totally understand.
Parking lot.
Parking lot.
$7 million, not $3.4 million. I made this place a state-of-the-art facility for everyone. Out of my own pocket, I didn't finance, I didn't borrow money. I put myself in debt for this project. We're asking for just a parking lot to be fixed so we can be successful. All I'm asking. Not doing it for me, it's parking lot's not for me, for the customer, for the resident.
Let me hear from Councilwoman Breyer first.
Okay, we're having a lot of cement work done, in the south end on the streets. And I don't think we're capping it at 2 inches.
That's cement. This is asphalt.
All right, well, we've got to have something that's gonna last. We've got a 20-year lease. We want to get something done prior to school opening. And it's got to be done now. And I don't think we should just go half-ass and get something that's less than what we need. We need what he's asking for. And I would recommend that we use, Al's Asphalt as the company.
Council Chair.
Yes.
This project, and we can put in a stipulation that the school district be involved, but it's a win for the city. It's a win for the golf course to do the job right. It's a win for the school district and the residents. We want, it's expensive, but any construction job you can do good, better, best. So I think we get it fixed. And it's an investment. We're gonna be getting revenue from the golf course as the golf course is up and running. And Director Deeb, with the fire station hopefully going in, where we're planning on going in, we'll want a durable parking lot, will we not?
No,
It's not.
you would not.
No, that's not where the fire station.
Forget the fire
It's
station.
on
Yeah.
Beech.
Council Chair.
So the.
Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Councilman Saab.
So, you know, Mr. Issa, if you want to come up to the podium, just have some stuff on the record, if you don't mind. You know, Mr. Issa has done a phenomenal job with that build out. And honestly, the golf course has never looked as good as it looks. I got a few questions. I just want to put on record. Mr. Issa, you did submit with your attorney a bid from Al's Asphalt, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that Council Chair here or myself or anybody else did not submit this bid on behalf of the city or negotiate behind the city's back or anything, correct?
No.
Okay. I personally sent out a company that's not even on here, and I asked them the areas where that were bad, the deficiencies in the parking lot. Those can be sectioned and can be repaired separate from the rest of the parking lot. But the whole parking lot can be overlaid, and it's a major savings. Another issue at the golf course that we're not discussing, and it's a major issue, is the back where the creek goes through, the river goes through the back of the building. It's actually deteriorating and sinking. So why spend $1.5 million on a parking lot when you can do it for a third of or a half of the price and get a metal structure built in the back to protect the wall from even further erosion? And that's my thing. Yes, the golf course is going to start bringing in revenue. And believe me, we're going to be doing a lot of updating in the future on it because it's part of recreation. There's a lot of grants out there. One thing the city does not have is a grant writer or a lobbyist to lobby for the hundreds of millions of dollars that cities around us got. And we got, I think, like $300,000. It's
70 million.
$70 million for parks that we got like $300,000 for, whatever it was.
We got 40.
Or 40,000. I'm sorry, I take that back. But yes, we do got to do the parking lot for Mr. Issa, but I just think this is, I think we go with a fix to get it open right now with laying over the parking lot, have it go back out for bid for that. And maybe we start looking at the back issue too, because if we're going to spend that much, we might as well spend it on what's going to actually, fix the issues. Then the second thing is that while Mr. Issa was doing work in front of his property, everything, we allowed Wayne County to destroy the parking lot even further. And then our contractor, Bidigear, that was using the parking lot, you guys say they turned it back to the way it was. No, they destroyed the parking lot even further in those areas. That's where those potholes are at. It seems like a reoccurring thing. Anytime a contractor is done with a project, the project moves on. We did great work on something else is always left in the back, something else is damaged, nothing gets done. We got to hold our contractors accountable. And I requested those before and after pictures of that parking lot. I've never seen them. I've never got them. I mean, speak facts. And I asked our counsel here, the body, not to approve any of these bids. Go back out for bid and just do a 2-inch layover and get it approved for Mr. Issa. And honestly, look at the back hillside where it's starting to corrode into the river there. Thank you.
Council Chair.
Councilman.
Mr. Issa, when are you expecting to open?
I'm about like 3 weeks away.
3 weeks?
I got events lined up September and on, so it's gotta be done. Plus the school's opening up soon again. We're gonna have that same issue we had last year, so.
So even if we go with this bid, I don't think they're gonna finish in 3 weeks. Right?
This one's gonna take way more than 3 weeks.
Wow.
As long as if we can get half of it done and then do half in the other section, I don't care. And I don't care if you guys spend $1 or 2 million. I mean, I want you guys to save money, but at the same time, I need the parking lot fixed. I was supposed to spend 3.5 million. I'm in almost 7 million. I'm not crying. I'm not complaining to you guys. I didn't even say a word to anybody. There's a lot of things that I paid out of my pocket that should have been city expense, and I didn't even confront you guys about it. I just said, just keep going. I got involved in this. I'm a man of my word. I'm finishing it. And I'm pretty sure you guys seen what I did to that property. I don't think anybody would have ever did what I did to that property, not even the city or even Wayne County would have.
100%.
And hopefully it becomes successful. Now it can be a failure, then I'm out.
No, I'm sure it's gonna be
You know,
successful.
you guys win, I'm out. You guys got 4 new buildings on that property that I paid for. So if something happens to me and I walk away, you guys benefit. I don't benefit nothing. I lost 7 million, if God forbid. So I gotta be a good operator and run that place right. And with all you guys' support too.
So we have a motion here to.
Council Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing against Mr. Issa or the golf course, or anything. My main goal is to take care of the taxpayers' dollars, money that they hard-earned money that they earn, they pay their taxes on. The original contract with the golf course, it's got a lot of holes in it, and like I said, it was agreed by almost everyone that it's a very bad contract as far as the city goes. And in there, there's the word maintain, and it's a very important word. And in the contract, a detailed contract, it would say what exactly the meaning of maintain is, and there's nothing in there. Mr. Deeb said he wants to repair the parking lot. Now, there's no word about repair in that contract. It says maintain. And like I said, maintaining is taking care of it. You got to ask yourself, you want to, as council members and fiduciary, the people that take care of the taxpayers' money, you want to do the same thing that you're asking your residents to have their streets with potholes filled. And do you want to just fill these potholes in the parking lot and do the same thing you're doing to your residents? Or do you want to push your residents aside and say, hey, we're going to redo this parking lot, and if we get some extra money, then we're going to take care of your streets? There's, what's more important is that we could hire a police officer. All he does is sits at stop signs, gets tickets for running stop signs. We could do that with that money. We could patch the roads. We could have an ordinance department that's just strictly for rental properties. We could do a lot with that money. And the main thing is this definition of maintain. Maintain is just you keep it going, operable. Repair is once it's down and you have to repair it, you replace it, get it back to running condition. Nowhere in this contract does it say anything about repair. It just says maintain. And I think that's going to be the issue. I'm coming up with a resolution that states the meaning of maintain in this contract, because there's no meaning to maintain in this contract. So we have the obligation and the right to specify what maintain means. And we also want to know what the school's involvement is on this. Are we redoing that part of the parking lot too, or is the school going to help us out with some part of the parking lot?
Let me answer that. You don't mind? The school is completely checked out because when we first approved the contract, we said, Mr. Issa, we want the school to continue to be able to get permission. This was Sue Kaminsky had originally went to Wayne County. Wayne County granted Riverside to be able to use it. The school was going to use it regardless. But we told the school, please pay for this much of it.
Yes.
We couldn't come up with an agreement. So you know what the school said? We're going to save the $300,000. You guys were still going to use it and we're not going to pay for anything.
Really?
Yeah. So now, and because we were all like, oh, well, what are we going to get out of the school? What are we going to get out of the school? Instead of looking at public safety and saying, well, we want to protect the children, we want to protect the schools. I had the administration fighting us and everybody was yelling at us and they're saying, we're making private meetings. And no, man, one, the city was gonna benefit because we would have saved money on the parking lot. And two, we would have protected our children because our children's lives are in danger, and so are our parents. We all represent.
Passed it though.
Yeah. Well,
We passed it.
no, we didn't. We passed a resolution that says, let's have a conversation. The school said, I'm tired of the back and forth with the city. You know, I'll tell you this. People feel like when they come to the city council meeting or they speak to our administration, we get here, we give them a whole bunch of bull crap, and people are like, man, I want nothing to do with Dearborn Heights. And when you want to talk about why Dearborn Heights is moving away, investors don't want to invest in here. People don't want to come to our city council meetings. People don't want to come here because of the things. And I'm not saying you, I'm not saying me,
No, I
I'm
know.
not saying us. But I mean, when Dr. Musalam comes here and they pass the bond, and here we have our trustee, right? And we said, we want to give you guys money. We want to make things safer for our students. Some people on this council and this administration were like, oh, well, what are we going to get out of this? And what's going to happen with this? If this was a different school district, we would have said, this is for the safety of our children. Let's make sure we're putting our best foot forward. And we all head away from that.
Every
So,
council
the
member
school-
spoke highly of child.
He said, I want nothing to do with this. I'm still going to maintain it.
I don't understand that. Why didn't they come to us again and say, hey, I
They
mean,
came to us 5 times.
every one of us at the last time it was brought up, every one of us spoke highly of child safety.
Yeah.
And it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Let's go for it. Let's move ahead.
Well,
And it's the first time I heard that they backed out.
Commissioner Jacques, here, she yelled at me. You can get up to the microphone if you want and speak.
I've never heard anything about it. If I would have heard they wanted to back out, say, hey, let's get together, let's get a meeting together, let's work this out.
Well, they backed out.
We should have got, yeah, I didn't know. I mean, we should have got.
The president of the school board almost got called out to fight outside of the city council.
I'm just gonna say, I'm speaking as a resident, not as a school board member, but we came to this body
4 times.
several times. And council members did say, well, what is the city gonna get out of this? When we said that traffic was going to be pulled off of Warren, off of the streets, and our students would not, and parents would not be letting their kids out onto the middle of Warren, we still heard, well, what is the city getting out of it? You guys, your responsibility is to the residents and the safety of our children. And all we heard over and over and over again was, oh, this isn't a good deal for the city. The parents are going to use the parking lot anyway. And it's not fair to Mr. Issa either. And we were trying to come up with a solution for the golf course, as well as the safety of the students and the parents. But
Yeah, we dropped the ball. We
it's,
dropped the ball.
and I will say that there are some that may be pleased because, but you know what? It's not that the school district's going to save the money, because the money set aside for a project, and it may have to go towards something different because we couldn't count on this body. So, or maybe not so much this body, but the administration as well, because I sat here, how many meetings saying, pull it. We don't want it on the agenda. Now, here we are.
Council Chair.
Yes,
Yeah. I mean, we were so excited about it. We were talking about different things that we thought of, about drop off and pick up and everything. I mean, to find out, I know, but to find out that this is like, not gonna happen anymore. I mean, it's a shame. I don't think I ever mentioned once, hey, what's in it for the city? I just asked just now, is there gonna be any involvement with the school district in this park?
I'm sorry, but I beg to differ, Mr. Wenzel. Councilman Wenzel, I beg to differ. You had the biggest issue with it. Multiple times you had said, this isn't a good, this
No.
isn't good.
I want to say the tape. I said this is not good for the city.
There was concerns about it being good for the city and what the city was going to get.
I'm not responsible to prove that, but if someone's making an accusation, I think they should be responsible for proving I
we all-
said that. I was in favor 100% on this.
Yeah, I don't think Councilman Wenzel said that, to be honest.
Council Chair.
I also got a $15,000 attorney bill for the school board and parking lot issue. Who's gonna be paying that since we couldn't come to an agreement? I was just doing it to make sure it works for both sides. So somebody's gotta be responsible for that $15,000 attorney bill.
Mayor's office.
Where is the mayor?
Council Chair.
Yes.
One quick question is it safe to say though the door is not closed regarding the school district being involved?
Honestly, the last I talked to Joe, the door's closed because by the time the contractor was gonna start and by the time school starts, the construction wouldn't be done and they checked out. I know you can call them, Councilman Constant, but I want you to know, I started getting yelled at by school board members. And to God, people started calling me. I said, guys, I'm not enjoying the council chairman. I said, I'm one vote. I can't tell you why Roger was telling the trustee that he wanted to come out. You meet me outside and let's talk outside. They
Okay,
did
so
talk
since you
outside.
brought my name as council chair, I'm gonna say that how you got a charter, follow the charter. No one said you can't do it, but the charter says the administration negotiates. Instead of going behind the administration's back and negotiating on your own, why didn't you follow the procedures of the charter? Let the administration work on the contract. It would have been done properly and not backhanded or behind the scene. Not 50-year contract or 20-year contract.
Council.
Properly negotiating.
That was
So please change your narrative before you start accusing anybody of anything.
Point of order.
Guys, let Roger finish.
Council Chair.
Let Roger finish. Roger, I'm so sorry.
For now, sir. Oh, that's okay.
Are you all set?
For now, yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to Councilman Constant next and then Councilman Saab.
I would be glad to talk to the school
Go ahead.
superintendent and anyone else. And like I say, it's a win-win situation. But we're getting off the issue. The issue is, do we do the 100% job that's recommended that'll last for 20 years, or we do less than that?
Well, I would, if I had to make a decision today on this, I'd be saying, one, we can't afford to repair. I think you could look at a layover and then you could hope in the next 5 to 10 years, with between a grant writer or some type of, funding, maybe so that it's not coming out of the general fund or coming out of the fund balance. I mean, that's just me. I can't swallow the $1 million, $1.1 million to tell people, I'm sorry, like we're gonna spend 1.1. Now, look, we did do at least Canfield parking lot at least ports. We did. It was in the contract. This is no different. This is in the contract, but we did not do a full repair where we ripped out all of Canfield. No, we did it. They did a 2-inch layover. That's what they did. It was the first thing when I saw this, I picked up the phone. I said, hey, what was done over here? He said, you had a layover done. I said, okay, thank you.
Council Chair.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to say the truth about why the administration was had an iron fist against this. They just bluntly don't like Dr. Joe Mosalem. Everybody knows that the mayor cannot see eye to eye with him. And the mayor is the one that kept pushing it. We're not gonna get it approved. We're not gonna do nothing. And this is how much this administration actually cares about safety. The Beech, Daly, and Lawrence crosswalk for 3 years. We've been going. Today it's on the agenda. The Joey Smith fund that we had. You want to talk about public safety? This is why nothing gets accomplished. The administration is the roadblock. We approved, we said here, yes, we approved this to go to the administration. I mean, for the past 2 years, we've asked Roger for one resolution. Has he ever brought it forward, an ordinance? No.
You didn't even have a vote from the school board approving negotiations of the contract expressed with school board. So before you speak, sir, I think you should get your facts straight and not keep talking out of your ear without any kind of substance or manner of backing up what you're saying. There's nothing there.
I'm gonna let Councilman Saab finish and I'll let you respond, please.
Thank you, sir.
Once you speak facts and stop making false.
You don't know. You make up your mind as you go along, sir.
Sorry.
Guys.
Main issue is public safety and they want to run away from it.
Guys, come on. We're getting way out of topic over here. Let's get back here. Here, there's a motion on the table. Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Saab. All in favor to allow for this to be passed? I don't know. Nobody was chosen. So are we?
Well, that's the problem.
Council Chair.
This is like the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Councilman?
Yes.
Yeah, I think let's just refer it back for more bids for the whatever Councilman Saab proposed. We have a job here. We have to take care of that parking lot. I know Councilman Winston kept saying maintaining. The city has responsibility to maintain city streets. At one point, sometimes they have to replace them. So it's our job to maintain the parking lot in any means possible. At this time, we don't have the money. Let's get bids for whatever Councilman Saab proposed and let's compare them and let's jump on this.
Yeah.
It's already been like 45 minutes discussing this and we're sitting still. Let's go on. Let's take it back to the administration, ask them for more bids. And let's move on.
Let's go up for bids for a 2-inch layover.
Correct.
Whatever the word is.
Correct. But this bid right now, let's just table it and ask the administration to go for bids for a layover.
Okay. So would you like to refer this back to administration to go up for bid for a 2-inch layover?
Yes.
No, it starts with Madam.
No, I mean, he did.
Councilwoman.
Councilman.
Council, no.
No,
Yes, it's Councilman Constance. I'm sorry. I thought it was Councilwoman
It is-
Breyer.
No, it's.
I was reading, 7A. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Well, you could call me.
Guys,
Life to-
Yes. Okay, would you like to refer this back to administration?
Yes.
To go out, re-out for bid for a 2-inch layover?
Yes.
Whatever, if I'm using the right term. Motion made by Councilman Constance. Can I get a second by Councilman
Support.
Cobb? Okay, this is to refer this back to administration to not to approve this and to go out for bid for a 2-inch layover. All in favor,
ASAP.
all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
Yes.
Hassan Saab,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
No.
Tom Wenzel,
No.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Moby Dun.
Yes, and I don't think this should be hard since they all have already inspected this parking lot. Sure, this
Motion
should just be easy peasy for them to just look over. We can probably even get bids by our next city council meeting. What is it?
No. I'm not getting involved in any bids.
Council Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
That doesn't help Mr. Issa with his opening.
Yeah, it does.
If you start all over again, he's not gonna be able to open soon. And without the school's participation, it won't be done correctly.
Layover will not take as long.
We're doing, yeah, layovers, it's like,
And it won't last as long either.
no, man, but we don't have that type of money.
We have a 20-year lease at stake.
I know, but.
And we should do the
Councilwoman,
right
Council
thing.
Chair, but Councilwoman, we don't have the money. I know Mahdi mentioned that we have 2.2 by the end of last fiscal year. I would really like to know what's the number right now. I don't know if the treasurer or somebody, what's our fund balance at this
Currently.
moment, like 2 weeks after the start of the new fiscal year? Actually, 3 weeks. I mean, we can approve this all day long, but if we don't have the money, how are you gonna pay the people?
So the fund balance was $2.2 million as of last year, right? Approximately.
Yep.
The fund balance is a rolling balance, meaning that depending on your spending, it's gonna vary. However, at this time, the fund balance is gonna be higher due to the collection of taxes. As we get through the year, at the end of the year, it's gonna go back down to $2.2 million. So right now, after the taxes get dispersed to the general fund and other funds, you should see a higher fund balance than $2.2 million. However, because the taxes are sort of front loaded in the beginning of the fiscal year, those taxes are meant to be spent throughout the fiscal year through the budget that we had. And our budget is right about even in terms of revenues and expenses. So as long as we don't go way overboard on expenses in terms of overtime, we should be expecting the same exact fund balance at the end of next fiscal year. At the end of this fiscal year that we're currently in.
I know, but we didn't expect over $1 million just for speculation.
Well, the idea was that the school will be involved in the funding.
Yes.
Well, there's no school now.
If that's not available, then I can't speak on that.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe some of the council members can call the superintendent. You guys should. I recommend you all to call superintendent. I'm done being the middleman. I was getting yelled at by Roger, I was getting yelled at by emails, I was getting yelled at from the mayor. There were, Lynn, you were, Madam Clerk, you got, everybody was, I was getting attacked from every end.
So I do want to make something clear. As the chief of staff stated, we are going to get some sort of revenue stream. It's not going to be a 50-year or 100-year payback period. It's going to look about 7 to 10-year payback period.
Payback for what? Sorry.
Like in terms of the cost of the project.
For the investment.
We're getting 100 to 125 per year in terms of revenue, meaning that if we spend, if the school can help cover the cost, we're only going to be spending about 700,000 to 750,000, depending on who you choose.
Okay, guys, we have a meeting.
No, I understand. I'm just
Let's go ahead.
saying what I had.
Take the vote.
I also, yeah, thank you. Let's
No
go up
problem.
over here. Next up, we got reports. from
Council
city
Chair,
officials.
real quickly, can we request a meeting with the school board?
I will meet Joe Musalam in a text and we can go meet him.
Okay,
But he's not happy with us.
well, I'd like to talk to him. I haven't talked to him since our last meeting on the subject.
Okay. Chief of Staff Hernandez, renewal of Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority, MMRMA, property and liability coverage, e-proposal of July 1st, 2025 through July 1st, 2026.
Council Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Breyer.
Okay, I'd like to make the motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve and accept renewal of the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority, known as MMRMA, property and liability coverage e-proposal for the period of July 1, 2025 to July 1, 2026, In addition, authorize Chief of Staff Hernandez to electronically sign as may be appropriate on behalf of the city. Additionally, the city approves the payment of $1,599,795 to the MMRMA for the city's annual contributions stemming from the city's approval and acceptance of this proposal. Hey, guys, let me finish. Moreover, provided the mayor also authorizes any such payment as a necessary expense, the city council authorizes warrants to be issued for the payment amounts toward the city's annual contributions, with the total amount of these payments not to exceed $1,599,795. Furthermore, with respect to the net asset distribution, $1,019,499 option, the city chooses to deposit in its bank account $719,499, which will be rolled into the MMRMA retention fund. These transfers will be in the form of an electronic funds transfer. The city council authorizes Chief of Staff Hernandez to complete the net asset distribution option form accordingly and authorizes Chief of Staff Hernandez to sign this form electronically on behalf of the city as the city's member representation is outlined in 9A.
Second, Council Chair.
Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Saab.
I just want to
Any
know,
discussion?
yes,
Discussion on it.
yes.
Smile.
Why is the chief of staff signing this in her electronic signature? This we've asked multiple times that physically on such things that the mayor's signature has to be on these documents.
Authorized by the Chief of Staff Hernandez to electronically sign as the approval of the behalf of the.
And then it says here, provided the mayor also authorizes any such payment as a necessary expense. But then at the bottom, the last sentence says the city council authorizes the chief of staff Hernandez to complete the net asset. And authorize the chief of staff Hernandez to sign the form electronically on behalf of the city as the city's member representative.
So there has to be a member representative for the MMRMA. And for the last 4 years, right, 4 years, Mariana?
The council has appointed me about 4.5 years
You have to
ago.
get appointed first, and it cannot be the mayor or a city council member. So the chief of staff was actually appointed that, and this was a discussion we had with like Ray and Dave and all former council members around here, but it was a little controversial at the time. They explained it, and that's why she is. But as far as being the electronically signed, you can also say where that has to be by the, I believe you can say the mayor on that.
The electronically portion is because the MMRMA system requires an electronic signature. So back when we originally started doing that, that was one of those particular signatures that requires it to be an electronic system signature.
Thank you, Mariana.
I do have 2 corrections to make. I do apologize for that. The numbers in the motion are incorrect. The total contribution for the coverage period is $1,645,254.
Did we get sued again?
$1,645,254. If you look at the backup, the backup actually has the correct numbers.
Are you with MMRMA, sir?
Yes, this is Tim McCleary. He is.
We'd love to hear from you.
Sorry, can I give you my second correction before he comes up? The second correction is with regards to the net asset distribution, which for this period, it's going to be $744,692. And this particular year, as I had mentioned during budget season, we weren't going to get any of the net asset distribution. We were going to put it all into our MMRMA portion.
Because we soaked up all that we got, right?
We have been taking it for the past 5 years. So yeah, it's time to give back some to the.
I'm sorry, Mariana, say that number again,
46.
44692.
744.
No, 746092.
Okay, Mariana, you go now.
744,692.
Okay. So I guess the 2 numbers, the bottom 2, they should differ now too. The 700 and the 319. You know exactly how they're split?
We're not splitting it. So there will not be a split. We will just put the full 700 rolled into the MMRMA retention fund.
What does our comptroller have to say about that?
He didn't budget for it. So again, I warned everybody that we weren't planning on getting any money from the MMRMA disbursements this year during the budget season. So it's not accounted for in revenue, so it doesn't affect at all what our budget would look like.
Wash.
Correct. All right, and yes, Tim McCleary is here, who's our MMRMA representative, in case you had any questions.
Oh,
for
I
him
got a
in
bunch of
particular.
questions.
Okay, I know that last year you requested a study session that never came through, so I asked him to attend the meeting today in case you had
Yeah,
questions.
that was very kind of you. Great work as a chief. Thank you. How you doing, Tim?
Good, how are you?
Councilman Saab's got a lot to say. What I will tell you is.
Can't wait to hear from him.
When he's done, Councilman Wenzel's got a lot to say.
Okay,
So
let's hear it.
hear from the two. Go ahead.
So Tim, welcome to our council meeting. I do have honestly, a few very important questions. I don't know if you can answer those or not.
Okay, I'll do my best.
You're a representative in what capacity?
I am your risk manager.
Okay,
In other
great.
words, I kind of like an insurance agent, but with the.
So do you have a say in the attorneys that are picked to represent the city?
I do not. I am not related. I'm not in at all. I'm not involved at all with the selection of legal counsel or claims of any.
You, Mike Meldigan.
Yeah, Mike Maligan. I took over this account from Mike Maligan, who retired. So
Welcome to Dearborn Heights. You like these city council meetings,
Hey.
huh?
you can't say it's not exciting,
That's Angela Venegas, by the way.
right?
Tim, can we get an email or something set on who oversees that area?
Certainly, it would
Please.
be our director of claims. It would be Star Kincaid. Is
Director of Claims?
Yep.
And what's the name?
Director of Claims and Legal Services. Her name is Star
Star?
Kincaid. And I'll be happy to get that contact information
Please.
to Mariana so you can forward it to council.
Why don't you do this? Why don't you share your email address with us and we'll get in contact.
I knew you
Or
were
I
gonna
can
ask
give you
that
my card
question.
too.
It's in the first page of the contract, which you have.
Right.
It's okay. I'm asking for a test.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else need a card?
Oh, I'm sure Councilman wants, so go ahead, Councilman.
I'll get one.
You'd like one?
Yeah.
Tom, you got it?
I'll get it, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, you want to?
How many do you have
there? Enough for everybody?
I mean, his email's right here, Council.
Yeah, we're talking about our contribution and as far as
My card.
fixed legal counsel, that's a separate issue regarding the city paying into this multi-layered system of our liability protection.
Say that again?
I say the issue regarding what attorney or law firm gets picked to defend the state is separate. We're talking about today, I believe, is the city's contribution to, and you will speak
Yeah.
to, I think.
This is your annual renewal, annual insurance, annual property and casualty renewal, which we cover your property, all your property claims and all your liability claims.
And this was a system set up by, amongst others, Owen Cummings and Cumming McClory and to lower our insurance costs, because in the eighties, cities, their liability insurance was out of sight.
Yeah, you have a very astute understanding of how we were born. We were born out of a very similar market it is today. We've all seen our deductibles go up on our homeowners and our businesses, and premiums don't seem to come down when our deductibles go up. We call this a hard insurance market. Back in 1979, 1980, insurance companies, commercial insurance companies were canceling on municipalities. They didn't want to cover anybody with the speeding car, with lights, guns. They didn't want to have anything to do with the municipal exposure. So that's how we were born. We were born out of that market. We were formed by municipalities, for municipalities, and our territory is just Michigan. And our founding fathers, there were three members of Redford Township, neighbor of yours, Livingston County, and the city of Ishpeming. So we had a township, a county, and a city. And also the Ishpeming's in the UP. So we had the entire state. We started out with three members. You guys joined in 1981. It's been a great relationship. We really value our risk management partnership with the city of Dearborn Heights. We're an alternative. We're a non-for-profit.
which is why you're getting back in that asset distribution in the amount of $744,000+ this year. When there's money to be had, our money is given back to our membership, right? In the form of a net asset distribution. Our board of directors are people just like yourselves, from our members. They sit at the top of our flow chart and all decisions are member driven. So we, as it relates to commercial insurance carriers, they're for profit. They're trying to make a profit for their stockholders. We don't have that. Our stockholders are our members. More, I guess, likened to a credit union or a mutual insurance company where the success of the organization, the members benefit. So.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions for Mr.?
Any relation to the McClory and Cummings McClory?
That would be my dad. My dad helped.
No kidding.
My dad helped write Public Act 138, which enables this whole thing to exist. So him and his.
So your sister is a lawyer, correct?
My sister is a lawyer. Yes, she is.
Thank you.
We had a lot of attorneys. That's why I ended up over here not being an attorney.
Any more questions from council members? Any more discussion? Council Chair.
All right, guys, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer. Yes.
The numbers.
So can we go down to additionally, the city approves? Ready? You watch, okay. The payment of $1,645,254 to the MMRMA for the city contribution stemming from the city's approval and acceptance of the proposal. Moreover, Mayor hold on a second, I lost this. Moreover, provided the mayor also authorizes any such payment as necessary expense, the city council authorizes warrant to be issued not to exceed $1,645,254. Furthermore, with respect to the net asset distribution, that would be $744,692. Option, and then that next line is going to be cross-draw. Option will be rolled into MMRMA retention fund. And I think the rest, everything else.
All right.
So for clarification.
Motion made by.
So moved.
Council chairs.
So moved.
Yeah.
Is this money in budgeted?
It's a wash. So this is the money you give, but this is money we owe, so it's just a wash.
It is budgeted as well. There is a general ledger number 101-200 for insurance.
I didn't see it in there where the money's coming from in that motion.
Oh, yeah, but it's a wash, just so you know that. So the expense and the revenue are washing itself. Any other discussion?
I just wanted to highlight one little thing. On your first page, you're going to notice RAP grants right under your net asset distribution. Last year, we actually got $145,863 from MMRMA for grants for our police department and IT. So in total, in our lifespan with MMRMA since the 80s, we've only received $334,000 in grants, but this year we got almost half of that. So the city has truly been doing well at asking for reimbursement for different security grants that they have for us to make the city safer. So I just wanted to congratulate the police department and the IT department for getting the city reimbursed for all of these grants.
And
Councilman, just to make it easy, we owe them $1,645,000. We made $744,000. We put it back. Basically, we still owe them like almost $900,000. Correct?
No. So we owe them the $1,645,000. That is our annual coverage for it.
Correct.
On top of that, we get a net asset distribution of $744,000, which we're choosing to keep in the balance.
Just said it in plain
of
English.
MMRMA.
I mean, instead of taking that money, we kept it there. But if you take the 700 out of the 1.6, you still owe about the 900,000.
Yes.
Yep, that's what I said.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that one more card ended here, so.
All right.
Another card.
Okay, sure. One more card. Motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries.
Perfect.
Next up.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, you're gonna get a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails. Are you?
And he's a neighbor. He's in Livonia.
And he's super willing to come for a study session if you would like to do so.
If you come with the director of legal claims, I'd love to have a study session.
Yeah, any study session you want with regards to MMRMA, we can schedule that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Council Chair, and I didn't mean to silence or anything Councilman Saab's comments, but just it's a important system. The city saves a lot of money by with MMRMA.
Thank you. I also do want to recognize our police officers that are here with us today. I know that they sit at our council meetings, and so I just want to give them a round of applause and thank them for our services. Mr. Banzi here is actually the number one officer in the state of Michigan for pulling over individuals with DUI. I want to recognize him. He's a Dearborn Heights resident. He went to elementary school, middle school, and high school here in Dearborn Heights. I just happened to grow up right around the block from my parents' home. So we were neighbors. We actually rode the bus together. And to see the young man that he's grown up to be, to representing the city of Dearborn Heights, congratulations, Mr. Bazzi. Thank you. Next up, we have City Engineer Deep Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and Clean Water State Revolving Fund.
Council Chair.
Agreement. Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment for the signed contracts for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund project as outlined in 9-B.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Saab. Any discussion? I will say, I'm sorry, Mr. Deeb left. I know this is something he wanted to see get passed. I thank you for Vaughn, and I know that we had a good study session here where we were able to go into the depths and the details of the great things that this payment and that the Clean Water Revolving Fund project put forward. And so I'm glad that we were able to kind of clear the air, go through the presentation. Hopefully this gets passed tonight. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next up is Comptroller's Office, Michigan Department of Transportation, MDOT grant agreement on Beech Daly Road and Lawrence Street Crosswalk.
Council Chair.
Councilman Saab.
Move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize an acceptance of the Michigan Department of Transportation MDOT grant agreement provided and authorize the mayor and the clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. In addition, the mayor and the comptroller or the clerk to sign necessary warrants related to this project and the treasurer to issue payment out of the Safe Routes to School Expense GL account number 101-440-981-014, of which the current budget is $145,780 as outlined in 9C.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilman Saab, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion? Congratulations on this. Mr. Deeb actually was just telling us the other day that we were going to receive the grant for the Beech Daly and Lawrence Street Crosswalk, and he's not here for that. And congratulations, Mr. Deeb. Any discussion on that? Hearing none. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Next up, we also have Mr. DeBaljian here today. If we can give him a round of applause. Next up is Comptroller's Office, new position, Water Billing Supervisor.
Council Chair.
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the addition of a new employee in the Water Billing Department to be paid out of the water fund as outlined in 9D.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Council Chair, honestly, I've asked for the Water Department to have a review multiple times. I don't think we should hire anybody in the Water Department. People should honestly be getting fired from the Water Department. As much as emails I've sent to the Comptroller and to the administration, the way residents are disrespected and treated is absolutely absurd. And I've asked, as the interim Comptroller and the administration, over and over and over and over and over, the only thing we hear is that you have water leaks. I can't help you, and they hang up the phones. I asked you in an email, are the calls recorded in the Water Department?
All calls are being monitored, required for quality assurance.
The calls are not recorded to my knowledge. I will reach out to the IT director.
Instead of hiring an employee,
so the
we can use money from the water fund for that department. I want those calls recorded, because what I had to go through this past week with a resident, because one of your employees, city employees that reports to you, directly hung up on her, was pregnant. The city shut off the water to go back and to just tell her I can't deal with this and hang up on her is unacceptable.
I understand it's unacceptable, Councilman Saabs. The point of the water billing supervisor is to have somebody on site to deal with these issues. The problem is the union employees in that department don't have a supervisor on site that can handle them in a timely manner. I am in a budget, I'm in meetings with the police officers, I'm in meetings with HR, I'm in meetings with the chief of staff, I'm in meetings with an engineer. I come back to my desk, 5 sticky notes, this person's upset, this person's upset. I get pulled into the office by the clerk, she's like, yeah, this person called me. The problem I'm having is the point of this employee is not because, oh, these employees aren't doing their jobs and stuff like that. The point of this employee is to ensure that the department has somebody there that has the customer service knowledge, the ability to de-escalate situations and offer resolutions to the residents in a more timely manner. The whole idea of a water billing supervisor is to delegate duties from the comptroller's office so that we can actually provide better services to the residents. I cannot, as the comptroller, be there in the water department saying, okay, the resident was right, my employee is wrong. I'm hearing 2 sides of the story. My employee comes in and says, hey, the resident said this to me. You come to me and say, well, the resident said that to her. Then I'm stuck in the middle playing investigating and like an investigating officer.
So Mr. Baidoon, let me tell you something quickly, to be honest with you. Instead of us hiring any more employees in the water department,
Yes.
I think you should have a plan on what the department, where the deficiencies are.
I told you that the
Maybe hiring another person is the last thing that right now that department needs. Because truly, I believe if we're able to do this, to contract to work out 100%. Because the way, hold on, I don't care about unions right now or anything. When resident safety is put at risk because somebody can't deal with it and hangs up the phone, it's an issue. And I'm not talking just as a councilman.
Let him finish.
No, I'm not talking as a councilman. I'm not only talking and I sent you an email with that.
And I responded to it.
If they're not happy with their jobs, quit.
Well, the solution.
No, Mr. Constant, please. The problem again, and I keep emailing you about these same exact issues with the water department. Nothing has changed. And by you hiring other people with no management oversight or a plan on how you're gonna execute this or how things are gonna improve, it's just wasting more taxpayer money when taxpayers are getting 0 answers.
Councilman Saab, the water billing supervisor is a management position. That's the manager that's going to solve the issues at hand.
Hey, guys.
The problem I'm having, no, you let him
Okay,
speak. Let me-
okay, go ahead.
That's not fair, Council Chair. You always do that to me.
Go ahead.
Council Chair,
Go
ahead.
The water billing supervisor is a non-union position. It's a manager position, meaning that they have the right to delegate duties and write people up if necessary. The whole idea is to get the person in there so that they can oversee the department, which you guys have said has deficiencies and has issues with customer service and residents complaining about how rude the employees are, which I cannot attest to because I am not there in the office. If the resident says one story and my employee says another story, how
City
am I going
employee.
to? Yeah, so the whole point of water billing supervisor is to get a manager in place, a non-union person that has the ability to write people up as well as support the staff in case a resident does get irritated and has the customer service and the de-escalation techniques to resolve issues.
Thank you.
Council Chair.
I just want to add one thing real quick. I'm gonna go to Councilman Constant and I'll go to Councilman Ahmad. Before we can hire a non-union employee position right now, there's a new administration coming in, hopefully in November, or in December, I'm sorry. Let them assess and figure out what they need to do with that department. And the reality is, one of the reasons why you can't attest to any of this is because you're supposed to be the deputy comptroller. Hang on 1 second, please. You're supposed to be the deputy comptroller. You should not be getting pulled in a bunch of different meetings, but because we don't have a comptroller, you're acting as the interim comptroller and you're not in your seat because you're having to go do the things as a comptroller. The reality is I had a conversation with some of the water department employees and they said, deputy comptroller used to always take care of these issues. But because we don't have a deputy comptroller, because the deputy comptroller is acting as the interim comptroller, yeah, you're going to have all of these issues. So we can't just the city needs to hire a comptroller. The city doesn't need to hire a new position and then also hire a comptroller. Sorry.
So, Council Chair, we are at a point where we're spending $500,000 on Plant Moran. Okay?
Mhm.
A deputy comptroller is an accountant finance position. Usually, those people are not customer service oriented. You're not going to find somebody that's multi-versatile that can handle both areas of customer service as well as finance the way that I can do it. Okay? My goal is to delineate the water billing is by itself, the comptroller by themselves, so the comptroller can focus on removing the task off of Plant Moran's plate, so we can reduce their. No,
Are we getting rid of the deputy comptroller?
no. What I'm reassigning duties of the deputy comptroller, the accountant, the accounts payable clerk, to better suit the department. If the deputy comptroller can save 5 hours a week of oversight on the water billing, you save $1,000 from Plant Moran, because that 5 hours can say, hey, Plant Moran, give me 5 hours worth of work. Okay, the idea is to create a hierarchy that establishes management and then a supervisor as a comptroller, and allows people to have direct duties responsible for that they are responsible for.
Look, I don't disagree with you, actually, Mandy. I think you make a really good point. I really do. But the truth is, I think this is just something that's quickly tossed over here. Nothing is really no management is coming to you on this. I'm sorry, but for me, I'm not ready to move forward until we can budget for this and we can see the future of this department. Because at the end of the day, we're still paying Plant Moran and Gap. Every single person here wants Plant Moran and Gap gone.
I understand that.
So, but I'm gonna go to Councilman Constant, and then I'm gonna go to Councilman Ahmad. Councilman Constant, go ahead.
What I've heard, what I know, I've tried to talk to Marty or whoever, the mayor's office, about water bills. It's a very needed position. What Marty says makes sense. There's nobody to really supervise, or no system for the people in the workers in the water department. The position will pay for itself. We've had so many problems with water bills going out, with water bills supposedly that are supposed to be for 2 months or 6 months period. And to say to Marty, well, we're not going to fill this position because the water department is not running smoothly. The water department, people are rude. People are treating residents rude. That's the exact opposite. There's no logic in that. You get the manpower, you hire someone to help the residents and help get these water bills straightened out.
Council Chair.
It's Councilman Ahmad now.
Thank you, Council Chair. Matty, you make complete sense. I mean, I'm with you. I mean, you need the help. But my concern here first, I'm looking at the summary. It doesn't say how much is the pay.
Yeah, that was.
We don't have a budget for it. That's another thing. And my other question is, once we have a comptroller, are you able to supervise the water department as a deputy comptroller?
Okay.
So the comptroller will make that decision.
Let me make something clear.
I think he just said the deputy.
Whether the deputy comptroller is able to or not able to is not the point.
Is it one of the job description of the deputy comptroller to supervise the department?
It's it's the job description. However, what I'm trying to say is, in order to move the city forward and delineate the finance function from the water billing function, the deputy comptroller should not be the person to oversee the water department, especially since the deputy comptroller's office is across the hall, so they cannot be on site 24/7. The idea is the comptroller is the person that oversees the entire city's budget, deals with all the meetings, deals with the budget, deals with audit prep. So for the most part, the comptroller is not really the department head in the comptroller's department. They are a public figure front facing to the council. They are not in the office that much. The deputy comptroller can focus on overseeing the accountant, the payroll clerk, and accounts payable, which gives them 3 employees in that office. Then you have the water billing supervisor. They see the biller, the billing coordinator, and the billing customer service clerk. I'm telling you right now, if you want the city to move forward, you need to reassess the department structures. I've said this before, and I'm trying to come.
I like your reasoning, Matthew. 100%.
Love his reasoning.
But I just we need to know how much is the pay. Where
my
you
idea,
get the money from?
My idea was the pay would be anywhere from 62 to 70,000. I don't know exactly what you guys would have approved. It would be a manager position, and it comes from waterfront. So there isn't going to be effect on general fund balance. I'm just saying, the problem I have with this city, and I've seen this the past 2 years, is people are afraid to change. People are afraid to implement new policies. I come in here, I've worked under multiple comptrollers, I keep giving my ideas, and right when I get something going, the comptroller quits. So hopefully I'm not going to be quitting anytime soon. And my idea is, hey, I have these policies in mind. I'm going to bring them in front of you. You decide whether you want to can move forward with them or not. I as a comptroller, although with that position is technically just an employee position, I feel like I have a fiduciary responsibility to the city. I will work as many hours as needed. I'll work any amount of days as needed. I'll work overtime as needed without the pay, because I believe that I can make the city move forward. But at the same time, God forbid that I leave the city or something happens to me, who do you have to run this department? What I'm doing is setting this department up for success.
1 second, Councilman.
You have to have multiple people under the comptroller so that in the event that a comptroller leaves or a deputy comptroller leaves, you have people under there that can hold down the fort while the city finds employees in place of that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilman, before, did you do your own research, like about the position?
I've already did most.
So what kind of pay do you recommend?
I recommend 65 to 70,000, somewhere around there, which is just, that's the lower end of a manager, but that's pretty much what we're asking of this position, is just oversight, supervision, and assisting the residents that have issues that the clerks in the office are not able to resolve themselves.
Okay, I like that.
Council Chair.
I'm gonna go to Councilman Wanso first.
Thank you, Council Chair. One of my questions was the pay, and that just got answered. The other one was in the back of it, doesn't say what qualifications this person needs. He said CPA at one point.
No, he's saying accountant.
I mean, there's no qualifications that this.
It's an admin management position.
Yeah, and
the problem is qualifications are always up in the air. If you find a candidate
accountant, you
that
get a
has,
CPA for 65,000.
No, you don't need a CPA.
No, he mentioned being a CPA. He said that, you know.
And in the controller's office, that's their position, not to oversee another department.
All right. No, in theory, this is good, but I think we should first, if we're gonna okay this money, we should take the proportional amount for a month or 2 months, hire an outside person to come in and investigate the water department. Find out what's going on, then hire a person.
This guy knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we should do. I mean, if we're getting okay 65,000, let's take 2 or 3 months of that pay, hire a company or an individual come in, do a complete investigation of the water department. And then when we're all done, if that person says, we do need a supervisor, then we can do that. I mean, the bottom line is we need to investigate the water. We don't need another person in there to investigate, maybe down the line. I mean, it'd just be another person to investigate. I mean, let's take our ducks in a row here and do things in order.
Yeah, I think Councilman Wanso, I agree with you. There needs to be some type of plan of action. The problem is, I'm gonna tell you my issue is, I'm not ready for this administration to hire somebody to investigate somebody.
it's not an investigation.
We could hire him.
Yeah.
We can.
But what I do agree though with Mehdi on certain things, you are gonna need somebody that's gonna be able to, look, we have constant phone calls about our water. Every single day I take a call about somebody that's got an issue with their water bin. Every day I gotta pick up the phone, I gotta wait online, I gotta try to call somebody. I start calling Mehdi, I start calling John Dancy, I just start calling, who can I get on the phone with? Then I transfer them over to. But there's really not a specific, I think I've even called the clerk. I said, hey, can you help this person out with their water bill? Like, it's a constant issue. So I do think eventually, hang on, Mehdi, please. I do believe that he's right. You do need to have somebody that's designated overseeing complaints from the residents regarding the water issue that can continue to take a look at that.
Yeah, but
I don't think this is the time for it now. I'm gonna go to Councilwoman.
Well, wait, let me finish. So, I mean, you gotta realize if we do hire this person, this administration is gonna hire this person.
100%.
So, you know, if anything, we put this off to the first of the year.
Yep. I'm gonna go ahead with Councilwoman Menalowski Maxwell.
Yeah, Mike, I'm going from my past experience. I worked for AT&T and most of my career I was on the phone. We were recorded nonstop.
Yeah.
If a customer called back and said, I had a problem, you have notes in the system, you know, when they talk to them, they go back and they hold what was called the AMA tapes and listen. And if the person did disrespect the customer, they were fired. It sounds right now that they need customer service training. It seems to be an issue. They need to know how to de-escalate and how to talk to the customer, not take it personal, because they're not calling to talk, you know, to tell them off. They're just upset, but they're not upset with them. So they need to understand that side of it too. It's not about them as a person. It's about something that's happening to them that they have no control of. And neither does the water department necessarily either. with the proper training, I think you could turn the department around. That's where you need to start, is training them how to talk to the customer and de-escalate. And I think that with also too, listen in on them. Do you ever sit down maybe for 15 minutes and listen to see how they talk to the customers and how they handle it? And maybe suggest how they can de-escalate? Maybe they've never been given those skills. They might not know how. It's a training you have to, you know,
Council Chair.
do.
Yep. Okay, hold on.
Do that.
Hold on, guys. Councilwoman, are you all set here?
Is there any training that they're given when they got the job to deal with customers, the public? The public's difficult.
So the point of the job that I'm at hand
Is
is,
the question she's asking you
No,
first.
talk about the ones that are in there now.
Yes, HR had a customer service training for all of our clerical, public facing employees.
We'll
How
know that.
often do they renew it? Like how many,
Because we did it about a year and a half ago. They're probably due for another one.
probably like every 6 months would be a little bit better to remind them of what they're supposed to do?
We have never had a budget for training for citywide scale until about a year ago. We have a small budget in the HR department for these types of trainings. But yes, we agree that there's more training that's necessary in the city. We're limited to about 1 or 2 a year right now, just because of the funding resources we have.
Because of the issues, could we take it out of the water budget because it's for the water department and give them more training than?
We could segregate a training just for water and take it from
I think
water,
we
but
need
this position is coming from the water
I
department.
think if they had the right guidance, they could be turned around.
Yes, and I do want to add, just from personal experience of being here for the 4 years as well, this has nothing to do with Mari as the controller. As you all have mentioned, this has been an ongoing issue in the department for multiple years. We have had multiple meetings with the employees there. There was a lot of turnover in the water billing department for the past 3 years. I think this is the first 6-month period where we've had some consistency where the employees haven't changed. So the supervisor would also help with the transition of information and training, because the people that we used to have that were very knowledgeable in the water department are no longer available to do those trainings for the new employees. So again, there's a transition that went missing for a little bit, and Mari took on that role when he came in. So again, right now he is very knowledgeable, and sharing that information with somebody else that could be there full time would be very beneficial for the city. So again, this isn't something that is a spur of a moment, like, oh, we're having issues now. We've been considering it for a long time. Mari has recommended it for multiple years, but for one reason or another, again, the controllers always believe, no, we can fix it with time. But then time kept going and it never got fixed. So now this is a different alternative that he's proposing.
Quite honestly, I don't think bringing a supervisor who probably is not trained in that area themselves is going to work as much as getting somebody that's professional that can teach them how to speak with the public. Like I said, billing, I worked in billing at one point, and I always said it was never a positive call. There's always something wrong, and that's why they're calling you. Nobody's going to call you and say, my water bill's great this month. Thank you and have a nice day. You'll never hear that. You have to figure out what's wrong. You know, either they didn't use the water, they can't pay the bill, their water's off, you know, it's been put on their tax. Something's going to always be wrong in that call, and that's a hard position to be in.
no, and I understand. So the water billing supervisor is going to have, the qualifications, I know weren't listed in there, but they have to have previous managerial experience, previous customer service experience, as well as knowledge in the BSNA utility billing system, because that's one of the sticking points that I wish to have in somebody in that position, is they must know the system inside and out.
You guys have somebody in mind?
No.
Council Chair.
As much as you believe that this administration is not going to hire somebody that's qualified,
I never said those. Why are you adding words in my mouth, sir? Come on, man. Point of
I
order.
mean, Council
Point of
Chair,
order. Come on, Eddie, point of order. Thank you. I'm gonna go to Councilman Constant.
We're getting, so what the position is, somebody to help supervise bring in new employees, train them, be responsible for those employees in the water.
Yes.
Separate from that, we want all our city employees, the people in the building department, water department, trained in customer service. But that, the billing for the water department is a mess.
I'm well aware of that, and that's part of the reason why the supervisor.
When the city was getting written up because the new treasurer was not reconciling our bank accounts, the Plant Moran came in and they gave the reconciling of the bank accounts, they took it away from the treasurer's office, gave it to the comptroller, okay? It's a needed position.
Yeah, I think it's time. I think, guys, we're gonna take this to a vote. There's been a lot of back and forth. It's a lot of back and forth. I think we just need to take this to a vote. And, you know, personally, like, we've spent almost 37 minutes on this, guys. Please, we spent 45 minutes on the golf course, 37 minutes on this, on two things, spent over an hour. Please.
Council Chair, sorry, I've asked 5 times. to
Okay,
speak.
I'm gonna have you wrap it up.
You know,
Go ahead.
before you wrap it up, say we spent 37 minutes, but you know what's the sad part is 100% of the time, we're gonna blame the residents are at fault and not the people in the water department, right? Correct?
Councilman
No,
Saab.
and again, Mr. Baidu, this has
Saab,
nothing
I
to do
cannot-
with you.
Let me explain something to you. I cannot write any employees up or reprimand any employees if I was not physically present. Taking the word of a resident is not a just or basically solid foundation for write-ups. The whole point of a supervisor is not, and it's not to write people up. That's not the whole point of the supervisor, it's to support the staff. But in the case that a staff member doesn't do their job correctly, they are on site, they see what happened, they write up what happened. If you come to me and say, hey, the resident said this, am I gonna be in the write-up? Well, he said, she said, hearsay, Your Honor.
I gave the perfect example for you can resolve that. You don't have to be there. Record the calls.
I understand recording.
We have a water fund. We can use the money from that for the phone calls in the water department.
It's nothing, by the way.
Council
It's
Chair,
free.
Council Chair.
4 days.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Councilman, even if you record the call, you need somebody to supervise. He cannot do it all. He's basically
No, no,
telling you,
I understand.
he can't do it all. We have an
Even the
issue in the,
supervisor's
we have
gonna
an
be
issue
there,
in the building
Guys,
department.
Guys, let-
We have an issue in the building department. Everybody makes sense. The councilwoman said they need training. They need somebody to supervise that training and supervise that department and make sure that department on the right track. I do agree with Mehdi. We do need somebody. If you guys wanna wait till next year, I mean, this is about 6-7 months, but I mean, if we can just roll the ball right now and get somebody and at least we're on the right track.
It'll take about 3 to 4 months to actually hire somebody anyway, so it will be.
Long?
It'll take about 3 to 4 months because you have
No
to,
overdue.
by the time you post a job, it has to be up for 30 to 60 days. Then every single every single candidate that passes has to be interviewed, which means that by the time somebody gets hired, it might be a new administration. And if you want to say that this position must start only on January 1st, I have no issues with that. I'm just letting you know, like, this position is needed. I know you guys said, oh, we need somebody to.
we agreed with
No,
you.
but I know you guys said, oh, we need to investigate the water department. My investigation says, hey, these employees need the support and need somebody on site so they can do the things required by.
Can we have the final say when you guys hire somebody?
You can put in, amend the motion.
Who did the motion?
Guys,
I did.
guys, there's a current motion on the table. I'm gonna go to Councilman Wanso next.
Oh, I was gonna say, you know, I'd rather, at the time I read this on the agenda, I didn't think about going and asking the employees what they thought about this.
Well, yeah,
That'd be a good
agree.
idea, you know?
Did anybody ask any of the employees of the water department how they felt about this? Cause I spoke with a couple.
I already know their thoughts and process, but unfortunately, their idea is, I don't understand their stance on it, honestly. My problem is, Council Chair, I am building a department to sustain itself. If I don't build the department to sustain itself, you are putting yourself at risk of turnover and uncompleted work. We lose the biller tomorrow. No bills get out. We lose the billing coordinator. The reports don't get done. With 2 people are on vacation or on FMLA, we have 1 person in the office, 60 phone calls, 59 of them go to you and Councilman Saab and say, hey, the person's not answering the phone calls. Why not? I'll be like, well, we have only 1 employee in the department.
I understand the Council
Chair, you know,
I think, look, you got me sold. I'm just
Yeah.
not ready to make a
Council
decision right now.
Chair, what I wanted to say was, you know, maybe we should develop, maybe I'll write a resolution for this, a call center of a person that just takes complaints from all the departments, looks into it and gets back with that person.
We're shifting away. We can't afford that. This coming out of the
No,
water.
I mean, we can, I mean,
Council Chair,
one person you call and complain about them, then they call you back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're shifting far right.
I
now.
will,
Back to center.
Write a resolution.
Okay. We got a motion by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer to have a new position. I like that idea, Councilman Wenzel, but I don't know if we can afford a call center currently.
In person.
I wish we could.
Recorded calls.
Well, I think all of our calls need to start being recorded. I think that's a huge.
I can
think
ask
that's the first.
I can ask, you want me to send an email to IT directors to see how much it costs for a call recording system?
Yeah, I can even get it.
Okay.
This.
I mean, but you can direct me to.
It's not.
Do it every day. Council Chair, now add to the motion that council will have final say whoever gets hired.
No, that doesn't ultimately, that's irrelevant.
No.
There's a motion on the table.
For 2 days.
To hire a new position, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Breyer. Madam Clerk, you want to just take roll call from now?
Yeah.
All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, please take roll call.
Tom Wenzel,
No.
Hassan Saab,
No.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
No.
Hassan Ahmad.
Yes.
Oh, no. Guess who gets the.
By the way, you make very good points. You
No,
make
look,
really good points.
Council Chair, I already know what the plan is, so it's okay.
No, sorry.
Motion fails.
Motion what?
No, failed.
No. He's saying no.
He said no, motion fails.
Who said no?
Fail.
Oh, I think
Motion
failed.
fails.
No.
No.
You said pass.
No, motion defeated. How's that? I said fails.
Manny, but you can bring it back, I promise.
We'll work on it.
Corporation Council Intergovernmental Agreement with Garden City Family Resource Center Establishment.
Council Chair,
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the intergovernmental agreement between the city of Dearborn Heights and the city of Garden City for the establishment of a family resource center and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the agreement, subject to a final review and approval of Corporation Council as outlined in 9E.
Support.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Yes.
Looking over this contract and sections, eight, 9, and 10. This pretty much gives us absolutely no rights. Everything protects Garden City, not Dearborn Heights.
Wait a minute.
We'll check with the record.
Garden City's here.
Council Chair?
Yeah.
I've amended it to include, to make it mutual, all the rights that are there. It includes our city. So that is amended to include that. Councilman is correct. The only thing that I was concerned about was the ownership of the information, but the project will be on, at the 20th District Court. It'll be in the police station. And Dearborn Heights residents will be at the court, so everything will be there. We've put into protections that gives us mutual responsibilities, and so that answers your question.
So the backup is not on here where it says anything that's mutual. So I'd like to table this and bring it back with the correct language.
Well, I can have it where we can add the language that you want that I put in there and then have it brought back. I guess you want to look at it maybe next Tuesday. We're getting for the school year. We'd like to get started. The issues that you're raising are not material other than protecting us and giving us our rights. I think we can add that in and we've discussed it.
I personally, I'd like to see the contract. We just had this discussion with Tom Winsall just a minute ago about the appraisal. But this is the language. I think the language should be in front of us and should be entered on the record before we vote on anything.
You can vote on it conditional upon the final approval of the contract. We will present that to you. You can approve the agreement subject to final review by the council.
Mr. Friend, also Councilman?
I am, but I still recommend that we table this and bring it back when it's corrected.
Mr. Friend, I have a question too. So this contract has is it for 5 years and we have the right to terminate within not less than 90 days written notice?
Yes, for cause. The contract costs the city nothing. The county is paying for it. The project has contracts with Redford, Livonia, about most of Wayne County. This gives us a chance to get, and again, we've met with all of our superintendents at least 4 times. Judge Turfy actually initiated that we needed a program to deal with the number of truant issues that are coming through the courts with our schools, truancy, vaping with marijuana, assault and batteries, the issues with traffic issue violations, the speeding, all those issues will be flagged by our school resource officers in the schools and brought forward by tickets. The program is will go for 3 months, but it's not just the students, it includes the whole family. So the whole family has to participate. And I can ask Sean, we can talk a little bit about it.
No, I love this program, but I'm trying to understand what's Garden City position in this contract. Yeah, do you mind, please?
Well, let's get the mic.
Please,
Good evening, Council and Chair and residents. Hi, I'm Sean. I'm from Garden City. I run the Family Resource Center over there. We have a youth assistance program for kids and teens. They can be referred through the court system, through police tickets, and through other means if they have delinquency, if they're getting in trouble, or if they need some additional assistance with social skills, with extra help with anything. They can be referred over to us. We have a contract with the county to provide those services. It is a fee-for-service process. So if I don't do work with a kid, I don't get paid for that kid coming. So we provide the service. We get reimbursed by the county for it. Some of the ability for Garden City to withdraw that's in this contract is based off of that grant funding continuing. We do have a very long track record with the First Contact Initiative and with the youth assistance grants. So we've been doing this. We started in 1985. We've been doing this for a very long time. We've got very good retention with our youth that participate, but essentially we provide services for youth and their families. Parents participate, youth participate. If somebody gets a police ticket, instead of having to wait 6 months, go to the county court, go through their process, and then ultimately, eventually get referred to a youth assistance program anyway, except it's probably one in Canton or further away. They can come to us shortly after the ticket is issued and the court process in Dearborn Heights occurs. So it's more convenient for the residents. There isn't a cost for the city of Dearborn Heights itself. Anybody who participates in our program is able to participate for free. There's no cost to the families either. And so some of the protections for Garden City are because we are going to be hiring Garden City staff to come and run this for you here in Dearborn Heights. So we are actually taking on more risk than Dearborn Heights is to be able to do this.
But don't you receive some type of grant funding though?
We do, but it's fee for service. So if I don't have the referrals, I don't provide the services, I don't get paid. So if we, for example, didn't get any referrals from your police department, which part of it does include that there is an agreement for referrals to come. But if we didn't get any referrals, we would not receive any funding and I wouldn't be able to pay those people.
And we've added a condition. We're going to have Judge Turfy and Judge Poecki will be talking to the families. The whole family comes in, not just the student. So you can get an overall view. We have a therapist, like a psychiatrist, that'll be on site at the district court and 3 staff that'll be working with the entire family. So we've talked actually to our Rotary and our Kiwanis. We want to provide our services for the family and the needs of the family. So the child is not isolated just being the problem, but we're looking towards a positive solution that's all inclusive. And I think the retention rate is about 80% success rate for.
Yeah, we get about an 80% success rate and less than 15% of successful kids come back out and end up getting charged again.
Sean.
And I'm sorry. I was just going to add that we have an 80% participation rate of the entire family. And that's what I think we were looking for to make sure it's an overall with our schools and our superintendents.
Sean, I want to thank you for also coming to the meeting. My question is, I'm just kind of like, I'm like a very pride Dearborn Heights individual. So when I think of like you coming into our courts, into our police department, you know, getting this where some employees from Garden City will be working with us, you know, the way I look at it, and then there's still going to be some type of revenue, right? Or it's going to be some type of jobs that are provided for individuals. I think to myself, Why can't I do that for Dearborn Heights people? You know, why can't I offer it to like, somebody to come in here and mind you, this is just my brain triggering and my pride for the city.
Sure.
Saying like, well, if Sean can do this, why don't we do this? Why aren't we hiring more individuals to come out and offer these type of programs to grant funding and only get paid and have our city, you know, provide back to us, or even ask Garden City to provide to us, you know, versus it being vice versa, where Garden City is going to come in, get in the revenue, get the employment, get some type of job.
So can I?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the city of Dearborn Heights had a youth assistance program at one point, and it was participating in the grant process with the Conference of Western Wayne, and they were under a GrowthWorks contract, and they were unable to sustain themselves. About 7 years ago, I think, the program ended up closing down. And so the Garden City Youth Assistance Program actually started receiving the referrals through the county when Dearborn Heights Youth Assistance was gone. We've been doing this for a very long time. And if Dearborn Heights would like to go through the process of applying for the grant, of getting everything going, I'd be even more than happy to help with that. In the meantime, we have a ready to go program in a box that I can drop off at your door in a couple of months.
One thing, in consideration, I met with our clerk at the court, Michelle Atkins, and the court really didn't want to tie up its resources, and its staff to do this. So this way we can have on-site personnel working with our youth, working with our school resource officers, working with our school superintendents, processing without tying up our clerk or costing anything to our existing resources. The judges will participate. Of course, our clerks are always available. It'll be on site and in the police department, and that's where the families will meet.
Council Chair, if you don't mind, I mean, I know where you're coming from, but we don't need to reinvent the wheel right now. There's a program that's been with Garden City since the 80s. They have the resources, they have the money. I know where you're coming from. We could do it in the future, but meanwhile, I think our family and youth, they need that program. So I would hope that the council body approve this today so we can move on. Once we're ready to apply for that grant and have our own youth department, I think, probably they'll help us too.
How long is this contract for?
You can cancel anytime within 90 days.
It's 5 years, but the kids go through, it's a 3-month program that they'll go from start to finish, hopefully graduate. One of the problems that Sean mentioned is when we give the tickets in the beginning of the year in October, the kids don't get to the juvenile court till April. So if there's a truancy issue, by the time we finally get into the system, the year is already passed. Or if there's traffic violations you guys work with, some of the issues and some of the delinquency problems, by the time it goes through the system, it's already April. This way we can get within a week.
Yeah, so our system in Garden City, every ticket that's issued to a juvenile in the city of Garden City by a Garden City police officer comes to me instead of being JCO1 through the court. And the family gets the opportunity to participate in our program. If they're successfully complete, the ticket never goes to court. The Third Circuit Court deals with the juvenile cases for the city of Garden City. And so instead of going downtown, sitting there for 6 months, they eventually get called. The ticket comes to me. If the family decides, no, we don't want this service, we don't think that it's going to be helpful, we would rather deal with the court, we get out of the way and the process continues as normal. If they do want to participate in the service, they have the opportunity to do so. And if they're successful, the ticket goes in a drawer at the police department. And so they don't end up with a juvenile criminal record. They don't end up with all of the things that can follow you if you end up getting in trouble young.
Let me ask one other question, Sean, if you don't mind, Councilman.
Please.
Let's just say a family goes through and they agree, they want to be in there. And somebody from Garden City is in our building, and then this person, just say we had a woman in here today, was talking about some type of disability and a child with some type of disability, and they physically harmed the employee from Garden City in the Dearborn Heights building. Whose insurance is liable? Will it be Garden City or will it be Dearborn Heights? Can that Garden City employee sue the city of Dearborn Heights? Because remember, when we brought in a Plant Moran Gap, we wanted to make sure that they were properly insured on their own because we don't want to be held responsible for them.
Sure.
So we don't know what can arise and put the danger of this one employee that's not employed through Dearborn Heights, but is working in the Dearborn Heights building. We know how attorneys can be coming in here and Dearborn Heights being a pocket where they say, oh, we're going to come after the deep pockets of Dearborn Heights. So we want to make sure that we're protecting our residents, but we're also protecting our building and our staff and potentially, God forbid, if the worst case scenario, something happens, somebody
sure.
goes crazy and beats somebody up.
Council Chair, I think it defines this in the contract here. It says each party shall maintain general liability insurance coverage during this term of this agreement. Garden City and Dearborn Heights. So each one needs to have their own insurance. So this is gonna be out of our pocket?
It's insurance covering already existing that's gonna be.
I know, but
covering
he's
it.
saying that we need to get our own insurance too.
I think we already have it for the bill.
Sorry, can have Mr. Friend speak, please, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think we already have, you can talk, Sean, but we already have our coverage for the building and.
Okay, so that should cover the,
Right, and I think one thing that I want to add, we're gonna personalize this as well, because I've talked to our MIDC officers, and we're gonna have some of the workforce. So some of these students we're gonna be using as part of the work program, taking care of some of our elderly residents that are shuts and cutting the grass, doing different things within the city to really teach them some of the behavior of giving back. And I'm a firm believer that some of our best leaders come from the toughest kids. You know, some of the most dangerous people that get into trouble, they make the best leaders. And we can't give up on them. We have to have a program in place. I've been here 3 years, and Judge Duffy talked to me when I got here, but he'd been trying for a few years before that to get something like this off the ground.
Mr.
And-
Council Chair, I'm sorry. Mr. Friend, I know it says here either party may terminate this agreement for a cause. I know Councilman Winston probably is gonna ask you, define cause. Can you define what's
Well, you go ahead and I'll answer it.
for any,
Well, on the,
says either party may terminate this agreement for cause.
can I go back to the subject of the insurance and the safety
Sure.
real quick? So our staff all do intensive intake appointments for any youth that comes into the program. Because we are dealing with youth involved with criminal justice, if there is a risk of danger, we can't have them coming into a group where other youth are present. So we do our own evaluations on that, and if we feel that there is a need, we will send somebody to be evaluated for a safety assessment before they can participate in programming. So we have been lucky enough to not have any physical altercations or major harm occur during any of our programs, but that's part of that process as well. So that helps to mitigate some of that
And you,
risk.
you also do this with Commissioner Kenizik as well, and something with Wayne County, right?
So, well, with Commissioner Kenizik, I'm on the Garden City Community Coalition Board, and we work with the Senior Celebration. So with the.
I didn't
that
know
board
if this
that
was
we're
also
on.
tied, because you said some from Wayne County also.
So this is the First Contact Grant Initiative, and it's
Okay.
also the Youth Assistance Program contract that is currently being they're in the middle of figuring out who they're assigning that to. So
Okay.
that is also part of the process.
Doing that, you guys.
I'm anticipating that we're not going to have any issues, but they have not made any announcements at this point.
Thank you.
Council Chair?
Yes, sir.
Before, I'm sorry, can we go back to the word cause? Yeah.
So the word cause was put into it with the 90-day because we were concerned that if we are hiring staff that are going to be doing this project and we have not had an intergovernmental agreement, the Family Resource Center has not had an agreement directly with Dearborn Heights before. We were concerned we might end up hiring some staff that would then have to shortly be fired if there was a decision that this was not something that wanted to be done, especially in a time where there could be administration change or other decisions can be happening. It seems like it would be a concern. So we wanted to have enough notice to be able to get.
No,
people
I'm with you with the 90 days, definitely need the notice,
Um,
but what do you mean by cause? I could wake up that morning and say,
That's a
maybe administration
legal
says we
term.
don't want to do it anymore.
I deal with the youth. I don't deal with the law. So that's.
Yeah,
Well, cause would be if they lost the grant or the money,
Yeah.
that's where we would have to terminate it.
Yeah, it's gotta be a reasonable call.
so be about.
And people will be under contracts with this, so reasonable cause.
So this is just going back to Council Chair idea too. I think we need maybe take that cause out and just say 90 days. And for any reason, we can maybe give them 90 days.
That would be acceptable for Garden City.
Okay.
Yeah, and we did talk about.
We just don't like it. You like that?
Yeah.
I got you.
You never know.
Councilman Wenzel. Thank you, Councilman Ahmad.
Who determines which offenders go into this program? Now, I mean, if there's a kid that is a habitual offender and this is an easy way out for him, or, I mean, who determines which juvenile goes into this program?
We can talk a little bit about the intake and stuff, but the school resource officers will be giving the tickets out to them, and then they'll come to us and we'll decide.
And we do also, if somebody's been through the program, they can't come back for the same offense. If somebody's been through the program and they can't come back in the same year, we do have some requirements on making sure that we're not doing the same thing to no effect. If somebody's been unsuccessful because they got caught with a marijuana vape and they have another marijuana vape and they get caught again, they're gonna have to go through the court process.
Or
This
it's
didn't
gonna-
work, so they're gonna have to go through their own process, but if they have a different offense that is unrelated, a couple of years later, or they were 14 when they got in trouble, now they're 17, they might be a little more mature, they have the opportunity to come through at that point, but there's some gray area, but for the most part, you don't come back
One thing I'm
again.
gonna add is you're gonna have 11 and 12-year-olds, and you want the parents have to participate and be part of this program. Parenting skills, other things, there's a on-site therapist, a psychiatrist that'll be there to work with the entire family. So in other words, not putting the kid back or just blaming the child or the person, young person, without looking at the parents, the siblings, and the whole family has to participate. In fact, if you could talk just a quick second about what parental reactions.
Real quick, Roger.
Time.
Sorry, Councilman Wenzel, hang on 1 second. I had Councilman Constant before Councilman Wenzel, forgive me. Councilman Constant, please forgive me on that one.
Yeah, how long is I'm real familiar with the Family Resource Center. It's been around for a while. And what used to happen in Dearborn, when I was a prosecutor in Dearborn, was Dearborn said, well, we're not gonna send our juvenile offenders downtown. It's Detroit. They don't know what they're doing. So they had nothing. They had nothing there. I remember there was the wife of a Dearborn Heights police officer, who was a Dearborn police officer, and the Dearborn Heights police officer was dying of cancer. And there's just nobody there. There was no system to deal with it.
Dearborn?
So this is an excellent idea. City of Dearborn.
Had no resources.
Right, had nobody there, and when a kid would get bullied at school, all this time would pass, and the kids would all say, well, we talk to the public defender or whoever, and we're gonna tell the kid to dismiss his complaint, and nothing happened, So this is long overdue.
Go ahead, Councilman Constant, Councilman Wenzel.
Well, I don't want to prolong this anymore, so I mean, there's a lot of information being bounced around right now, and maybe look at it, study session or something. I don't know. I mean, I'd hate to say yes and then say, wait, we don't really like this,
You guys, please, nothing from the audience.
So I'm good.
Thank you. I don't know. To me, I think this is a great idea. I think we need to do this with seeing the contract one more time and fixing the kinks out of this. But I think the reality is we don't have this program. It's not costing us anything. It's offering resources to families that the children are going through some type of hardship. And I think I want to thank Garden City for leading this and been doing this since the 80s. But the reality is, I just want to make sure that you guys will have your own insurance, and I want to see that in the contract so I can approve this with the amended or updated contract emailed to the entire council.
And
We've done that in the past, right, Council, Madam? Yeah, and I want it to be presented to us and for final approval by the council. I don't mind having this working relationship with Garden City, but I don't want to approve it without the updated contract.
Council Chair, I know Councilman Saab mentioned something before. What was your point, Councilman Saab?
County contract requires.
Mike, turn on your mic.
I believe it was section 8 and 9.
That we have nothing.
And it represents Garden City, and Roger said he would fix it, but to be honest with you, and Sean, I think it's a great program and I fully support it, but with the administration ever submitting something back that we ask for rarely happens. I'd really like this to come back with the amended contract.
Yeah, I already have made the changes.
Take the word cause of.
And the word cause off.
I mean, maybe we could table this, get the updated information, and it'd be the first thing on the next city council meeting. Just to make sure that, because it doesn't say Garden City, Dearborn Heights, it's only saying Garden City right now. I know those are probably just clerical errors.
No, it's already been corrected.
Yep, Sean, go ahead.
To you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on the subject of insurance also that we are required by our county contracts to have a very high level of insurance for everything. So we do have insurance specifically for our program.
Could you tell some of the cities you work with currently as well?
So we are able to work with anybody from Western Wayne County based on our contract. So we can work with Redford, Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, Livonia, Inkster, Garden City, Westland. Westland has their own program, so we don't mess with them. But all of these other places we're able to work with.
Are you with any other cities right now?
We don't have any sites in other cities, but I have youth in my program in Garden City from all of those different cities, yes.
And we have 3 schools, since Inkster does not have its own school system, 3 of our schools in D7 that work with Dearborn Heights, we can able to get to those students currently with this program.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think this is a great idea. I think we just have to iron out the kinks, and I think this is gonna be great for Dearborn Heights and families. I really, really do. So I mean, Madam Clerk, maybe you can give us direction on how to, do you think we should table this until the updated information, or should we approve it with the pending the council's approval of the contract, or what is that?
Want the program, you just want the contract to come back to you
Yeah.
prior to approval.
Yes.
So-
What would they be like,
I don't know what the motion is. And you want it clarified. So you know what? You can refer it back to them
okay.
and then you can present it because you've already had
And then
it
can we
out.
add it, George, to the next city council meeting? I mean, look, I think everybody here's on board here, Sean. I think we just want to make sure
Absolutely.
that we have the updated information and contract.
I think that would be best. Then you have it all in one place.
Okay.
I can also leave some business cards. So if anybody has any questions about anything in the next couple of weeks leading up to that meeting, feel free to reach out and I'll take care of that.
And like I said, one thing I said we can customize it. We've talked to our Rotary, we've talked to our Kiwanis to have some of our volunteers work with the families that come through the program to do different counseling. If there's parenting skills needed, they're able to provide that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Sean.
much for your time.
So Councilman Constant, would you be okay with amending this to refer back to the next city council meeting?
Well, I think we can approve it, subject to us then approving the.
I'm okay with that one too.
And just so everybody knows this, the term for cause, that's standard in any contract. So if, for example, there's a new mayor, a new administration, and they just, it protects because there's a lot of moving parts. If they hire personnel and then at a whim, somebody changes their mind but they agree to it, so that's fine. Let's not go backward.
Yeah.
100%.
But let's, so Madam Clerk is saying it's probably best that we wait till we get the contract, the updated information, because right now it doesn't say Dearborn Heights. Only says Garden City, but Roger said he's got the updated information. He just didn't share it with us. So let's go with the recommendation of Madam Clerk. I think we refer this to the next city council meeting. I mean, it looks like everybody's on board here. We just want to make sure we have the right contract in front of us.
It's fine.
Okay, so Councilman Constant, are you okay to amend it, to bring it to the next city council meeting with the right information?
Yes.
Councilman Ahmad, do you second that?
Yes.
All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. We'll see it at the next city council meeting. Next up is 9F. Did we remove this?
Yes.
Next up is 9G, Parks and Recreation Director Z, Senior Center Donation Restriction Account.
Council Chair, I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize the Comptroller's Department to create a new account for the Senior Center's restricted donation to be used exclusively for the benefit of the Dearborn Heights Senior Centers. In addition, the disbursement of funds from this account will be permitted only with the anonymous approval of the following: the Berwyn Senior Center Coordinator, Eden Senior Center Coordinator, and the Parks and Recreation Director as outlined in 9-G.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Councilman Saab. Any discussion on that? Being none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Unanimously loud too. Congratulations.
Thank you, and the seniors, thank you, and I just wanted to assure them that their money would be safe. And that's why we brought it all to council, to make sure everything was recorded and everything's good. So they're gonna be very happy and we'll continue to service them.
Thank you, Director.
Next up is Parks and Recreation Director Zbosnik, Richard A. Young Center Coordinator position for reclassification.
Council Chair,
Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the formal change of the Richard A. Young Recreation Coordinator position to a 40-hour-a-week exempt position as outlined in 9H.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer.
Council Chair.
Yes, sir.
I think this is really a great idea. I mean, the Richard A. Young, it's a beautiful facility. Right now, the city, as everyone does, has problems hiring employees. And they need somebody there available to be on call to help run the center. So I think it's a great idea.
Council Chair.
Yes, sir.
So Director, this is gonna be like a 5-day week now?
Yes, yes. The center, the Young Center, that is our only really true center, and there's a lot that my standards are high, and what needs to be done there as far as programming maintenance, the proper way to clean. We have equipment that the staff doesn't even know how to use yet. We deal with everything from, squirrels that have died in the air ducts to chasing squirrels out the door. We have children and that we deal with the day camp, a huge responsibility to operate that building in every way. And we're making progress every day. Everything is running smoothly there. We want to continue that way. And then that takes it away that I don't have to be called all the time, every time there's a problem at the Young Center, and concentrate on the parks and grants and everything else, because we are a small staff of only 2 or 3 people. And we accomplish a lot, and we have accomplished a lot in this short time.
Thank you, Director. And I want to tell you, man, you are doing such a phenomenal job. For real, round of applause. My hat goes out to you. I swear, like,
We're gonna make a difference. I mean, I'm sure you were at the shelter at SWAPTA, and you've probably seen a big difference just over days.
You painted
We painted it. I've entered 100 work orders in the last 4 months. We're fixing everything in every park, and it's a little overwhelming because we have a lot of problems, but we're focused on the Young Center, SWAPTA, Daly Park, and Central Park, and of course Van Houten Park, which is more than a handful. But that's our first wave, and get all those up to standard.
But I also want to talk about like your presence, your over communication. You're coming here, you're at every city council meeting, you're in a tie. Like, I want you to know that these things they really resonate with me, and I want to thank you for your real leadership, because that shows the type of how serious you are about this role and how important it is to you. And it's even after you're done with work, you're coming here, you're sitting at a city council meeting, and you're constantly showing up and dressed up, and I appreciate you for that. Really, really appreciate it.
All right, thank you, and we'll just continue on, and we're moving fast, and
okay,
we've only begun.
The motion on the table, any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Congratulations. Next up, we have Treasurer Hicks-Clayton resolution regarding city charter section 8.9 disbursement of funds.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council adopt the resolution regarding city charter section 8.9 disbursement of funds, resolving the following. Now therefore be it resolved that the city council affirm the authority of the city treasurer Lisa A. Hicks-Clayton to demand from the city controller all payment requests backups are on file, and these shall be subject to inspection by the city treasurer's office. Accordingly, in addition to the city council reiterates the treasurer's authority as required by the city charter section 8.9 to reject warrant checks issued on general ledger line items with zero balances. Furthermore, the city council only first authorizes warrants for necessary expenses under city charter section 8.9 if such an expense is for an emergency or urgent matter. Accordingly, pursuant to city charter section 5.3M and the city charter section 8.9, the city council directs the mayor to certify the necessity of any and all payments requested without city council approval, and authorize the treasurer to reject any all payment without city council approval if those payments are deemed not to be necessary expense as defined by this resolution. All non-emergency and non-urgent expenditure payment shall be presented for the city council approval on a bi-weekly basis as outlined in 11-A.
so we have two as recommended motion 1 and recommended motion 2. Recommended motion 1 was in our backup. Recommended motion 2 was issued by special legal counsel here. So we, as the city council, have to choose one of the two. I personally think these are great ideas. Thank you, Treasurer, for bringing this up. However, I still think that this is something we need to kind of have a sit down, talk through. What are you dealing with? What are you experiencing? And I think we need to bring that to a study session. At least for myself, that's what I think. I think we need to get kind of into the weeds a little bit.
Right.
Because you are going through a lot. I'm a part of these emails, and it's not fair. And you're looking out for the best interest of residents. But we also need to make sure, because I've had these conversations. I believe I had a conversation with our clerk earlier today too. I think it's important that the residents also know what's happening. We don't just kind of put policies in place and we're like, well, we're doing the policy, and then we're trying to spend 30, 40 minutes having these discussions over what the residents don't even know yet.
Right. Well, what I do want to say is this is directly from the charter. So we all are familiar with the charter.
regarding the first section, the first part, that is providing backup and making sure that if it talks about zero balances, I have to review every single check, every single warrant. I will continue to do that because sometimes I find they're not drawn on the right account.
You do a good job.
And I have to send them back. Or they're drawn on an exhausted GL, which clearly section 8.9 says those have to be destroyed, they have to be void. And I send them back to give the comptroller's office a chance to fix that. But the reality is, and I'm going to just say it, shouldn't be coming to me in the first place if it's drawn on a zero balance account, right? That's the charter. We, as elected officials, are sworn by oath. That's part of our oath, to uphold the local ordinances, the state and federal laws. That includes the city charter. So I will tell you, it takes a lot of work and a lot of time. And I've even been creating spreadsheets with all the checks that I send back.
And you
So
email
you
it.
guys know, I email it to you.
And I
Yep.
see them.
And I just want you to know, I also want you to know that in the charter, what's really important is that threshold that we talk about of 1,500 does not exist under section 8.9, which is where the authority comes from disbursement or distributing the funds, right? It's not there. If you did a search on your charter for 1,500, it's only going to come up under the bid process, right? For that. So that's really important. So really it's up to the council body. Again, you are the stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, the fiduciary responsibility. You're not seeing that. Now I do send you the check register, but it's already done, right? The money's already out the door by that time for anything under 1,500. When that 1,500 threshold does not exist in this charter, except for the bid process. So there is a provision, again, which was mentioned in the second paragraph of your furthermore, regarding city charter section 5.3M. And like I said, your special counsel has already advised on this, right? Already advised you all. And I agree with that person, right? But there is where the mayor, if he has something that's an emergency or urgent, can approve that, but it has to bring it back to this honorable body. Right? But there needs to be a provision that we can reject something if it's not an emergency. For example, all these checks under 1,500, are those all emergencies? Because you guys aren't approving them. You're not. You're not seeing them until I send you the check register, which is at the end of the month, the new month, right? Beginning of the new month. It's already done. So really, that's all I'm asking is that the charter be followed. And I think we're all sworn by oath to do so.
Thank you, Council Chair.
Yep. Councilman Wenzel.
Thank you. I agree with the treasurer wholeheartedly. It's a shame that you have to say one of your qualifications is transparency when that should be a give me. In this government we have in Dearborn Heights here, it's so sad. Myself and we as a body have been asking the administration for a breakdown of the payroll for years.
Itemized.
And we haven't gotten it. I think the latest information I got was that they're breaking it down by department.
That's what I see, sir.
Yeah. And so we should, to the treasurer, she should get a breakdown of each employee, what they're making. Because how do you know a department spending, they're getting this week's payroll is 150,000 and there's 5 people in there. You don't know what each person's getting. Maybe one's getting a bonus or something. We don't know. And we've been asking for that for years.
Bonuses, huh?
Yeah, bonus. You never know. Why not? what are they hiding? And they add it all adds up. They send it to the treasurer, a payroll of 1,500,263. They came up with that number by adding up each person individually. So all they got to do is press a button and print out each person's pay.
You know what's even more alarming, Councilman? And I think the treasurer can talk or the clerk can talk about this. Payroll 1 week is 1.5 and then it's like 2.2 in the next week. What happened? How do we go up an additional $700,000?
We have the treasurer as her position as treasurer, and we as council people should know what every person is getting paid.
I don't think we.
Council Chair.
I don't think we need to every single question.
May I?
It's our right. We control the money. It's our right to know.
Hang on. I think we need to just, as long as the numbers are matching what we approve. But you're right. it should be broken down, itemized, redacted and
Yeah.
private information. to the
Yeah,
treasurer.
we're not looking for like even names, addresses, social security number. That is not what we're asking for.
Yes.
We're saying the position title or whatever you want to say, how much is that getting paid?
Council
It
Chair.
should be able to balance with what, excuse me, please, sir, please, with what the council has budgeted, right?
Right.
Okay, and if you're exceeding it, then that, we need to ask the questions, right? That's
Thank you.
what we're elected to do. It's not about personal information. It's not even about accusing, we heard the word fraud earlier, that's not it. It's about oversight. You are, again, stewards of taxpayers' dollars. Yes, we've all asked for those reports to be itemized. No, we haven't got to that. And it amazes me, though, I gotta tell you real quick, this is public money, you guys. This payroll is public money. It's all public information, by the way. Okay, if you actually did a search and a dive, you can look up positions, you can find out how much it's, their salary is. It's there. But are we getting the information provided to us when we have to prove it to be paid out of the taxpayers' funds, out of the account? We're not getting that. Why? Why is there such a big objection to being transparent with public money? I don't understand that. We already heard it tonight. There was objection raised. I don't understand it. I just don't. That's all
Thank you.
my personal.
Hang on 1 second, treasurer.
Mm-hmm.
Roger, I'm gonna go ahead.
I might be misunderstanding, but I know last May, every employee's pay was the name of the employee and the salary was distributed to council. I don't know if I might be misunderstanding what treasurer is asking for, but everything was disclosed. The only thing was W-2s, private information was not. But it was turned over to council last May 2024. In fact, and then 2023, October 2023, we already went through the issue that we can't amend the charter with an ordinance with a resolution. We went through the analysis, we went through 8.9, and we went through the policies that talk about what the 1,500 and the 5,000 and everything else is put through. I just don't want to reinvent the wheel, but maybe I misunderstand. But I know every employee name and salary was distributed to council.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, may I respectfully respond to that? That is from the budget. Those are the budget items, line items that the council approves for payroll. That's not what we necessarily lines or matches up with what the payroll actually is.
Thank you, guys.
Council Chair, because we already know what their salary is. We budgeted for it.
No, their name.
No, we just want to know what each pay cycle, we want to know where that money's
Okay,
going.
guys,
Where's
there's
it going to?
motion on the table. Let's take it to a vote. Okay?
Yes.
We didn't even have a second.
I'm sorry.
Second.
Motion made by,
Second.
motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Wanso.
Oh.
All right, and are we choosing motion 1 or 2? Councilman Ahmad.
2.
With recommendation,
I read them.
okay?
We're gonna refer to a study session or we're not?
Well, we're gonna go with what Mr. Miyake's recommendation was on this one, which was recommendation number 2. Okay? All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Clerk, please take roll.
Okay, ready? Denise Malinowski Maxwell,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
No.
Robert Constant,
No.
Tom Wenzel,
Yes.
Hassan Saab,
No.
Hassan Ahmad.
Yes.
All right, well.
And the only,
Council Chair.
Look, I really, I want this. I actually support this. I really do. But I also want to take it to a study session. And so like, I don't want to be the deciding factor of voting no or yes. I think the residents need to know exactly what is happening. You know, I mean, here I got residents nodding their heads saying they want to hear more of this. So I'm gonna have to say I support it, but I want to take it to a study session. So therefore I'm gonna vote no, just so that we can have next Tuesday, George at 5:30, can we please schedule a study session? We're gonna
I
have.
said we already have
Yep, we're gonna back to back them.
Okay,
We're gonna back to back them.
so that motion
And then-
is defeated.
Yep, it's been defeated, but
Not-
please add it back also on the next following city council. We can't just have it added,
Yeah, you can. Yes,
but why can't the council chair just say that they want to add it?
because it
the one-
has to come from the whoever presents it.
Well, we already have it on the city council meeting. We're just pushing it to the next following city council. I don't think it needs to come from her, to be honest.
It does have to go through civic clerk, because she's the presenter.
Madam Treasurer, please resubmit it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh? This needs to be more added to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I think the treasurer's open to wanting to have these, you're gonna host that study session, right? You're okay with that?
Tuesday, you said.
Yep. Thank you. Next up is new business here, business license renewal for Cooper's Garage.
Council Chair,
Councilman, Saab.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the business license renewal for Cooper's Garage at 21244 Van Born as outlined in 13A.
Support. Second. Motion made by Councilman Saab, second by Councilman Constant. Any discussion?
Council Chair,
Yes.
I did go by there, checked it out. Really clean
I know
place.
you love Cooper's Garage.
Yeah, we know.
I don't, I've never been there. I mean, never took any business there or anything, but, really nice. They keep their lawn up really nice, really nice looking building. And,
Where's the mechanic shop?
I talked to some of the neighbors there that live right next to it, and they said they're really respectful to the neighbors and help them out. I mean, it's pretty
You know,
nice.
I was talking to a resident on Monroe and Annapolis, across from Mr. Owens. Like to the side of him. And they were like, talking about how much they love this place. And I was like, oh, awesome. Yeah, so Cooper's Garage was like the talking point.
Yeah,
And I was like, oh, Councilman Wenzel loves them too, so.
I don't love them. I like them.
All right.
I actually know one of the daughters really well.
One dog.
Yeah, Cheryl.
He's up for Bodie.
Yeah, so it looks like, yeah, they're pretty popular. A lot of people like good for Cooper's Garage. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up, we have temporary food truck cart license applications for
Emelia's
Guac and Roll.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the temporary food truck tent cart license application for Emelia's Guac and Roll as outlined in 13-B.
Second.
motion made by Councilman Ahmad, second by Councilman Constant. Any discussion? Excuse me?
Michigan Ave, I think it's on Michigan.
Is it in?
I think it's on.
There's no address on here.
It's,
No.
It's in the back, I think.
It's in the back up.
It's in the back.
I saw Michigan Avenue and,
I don't
Yeah.
know. I think it's.
That's at the gas station.
It's 25768 Michigan Avenue.
yeah,
What's the address?
25768.
next to the.
So it's
next to
just the
the-
other side of Beech Daly, it's
Yeah.
just west of Beech.
I will tell you guys, I know we've had a lot of discussion regarding food trucks, and I do want to talk about Sharwamje that started off as a food truck in the city of Dearborn Heights, and now they're a brick and mortar in the city of Dearborn Heights. So congratulations to them. And I know we were like, oh, is anybody gonna ever, take away from our tax base? Well, there was a restaurant that closed down, raised some money. They were able to sell enough shawarma sandwiches, and now they open up a business right in the city of Dearborn Heights. So I hope Guac and Roll can do the same, and they can really rock and roll. Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, Motion made by Councilman Ahmad, second by Councilman Constant. Any discussion?
Council
Hearing-
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say something real quick, how you were talking about the food trucks. The food truck that took over at Ford and Beech Daly,
It's unbelievable.
he was at two different locations on Warren. And he put all of his money into this. And Warren's not as busy as Ford Road, so I hope he's doing better there.
I had their sub the other night.
Okay.
One,
Hot Wheels?
yesterday?
Yeah, he won it yesterday. It is unbelievable. I can't believe how good
I
it is.
just wanted to mention, because I know.
You owe me one today.
Councilman Saab got you. Okay. All right. Any other discussion? Thank you, Madam Clerk. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. Next up is comments from council members. We'll start with Councilman Saab.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor.
I'm gonna start with you and end with Councilman Wenzel.
No, I had a
2 minutes.
I had an individual reach out to me last week.
I agree.
He's a host of some properties, short-term rentals in our city, quite a bit of properties, he said. He reached out, said, Dearborn passed this, I'm trying to beat the gun to see if I can sit with you, have a talk with you, have a cup of coffee. I said, no cup of coffee is ever gonna change my vote. And he's like, we take it in, you're generalizing everybody. I'm a good host and I have property, I believe here in Florida. I was like, no cup of coffee is gonna make me change my vote. The residents don't want it. I don't want it in my neighborhood. And he started growling. He's like, I want to have a cup of coffee with you. I'm like, I'm just not interested. I know where I stand on this and nothing can change my mind on this with what's going on with the city and those short-term rentals. So I'm pretty sure he reached out to every single council member too, because he said he would. So I hope everybody had the same answer to him. Second thing is speeders. Again, I swear between 3 to 5 o'clock, I think the officer had left from here on John Daly. It's a speed track. It's just, I don't even know if speed bumps would help that area, how bad it is. So please tell your kids to slow down. We're in a neighborhood group chat.
Yeah.
The videos they send us of kids peeling out, they say this kid's 16 years old, this kid is 17 years old. And honestly, the only people we gotta hold accountable are the parents. They're giving these kids these sports car, fast cars, and they're just driving 60, 70 miles down our residential neighborhoods. I'm hoping with this new administration coming in next year, we can start a program where we really enforce it real bad where it hits their pockets. Maybe it'll change because I think that's the only thing that's gonna happen. Other than that, cut your grasses. And grasses are growing in the neighborhoods. I see them and weeds. Thank you.
Next up,
Council Chair.
Councilman Ahmad.
Thank you, Council Chair. First, I would like to wish happy early birthday to Mrs. McCaffery this coming Sunday. My time is up. And I'm sorry, Madam Treasurer, I won't be here next week for the study session, but I'm all support. I'm all about transparency and making sure we're doing our job with the money. And I know August 5th would be election day, so I hope everybody practice your legal right to go out and vote. Third, the Dearborn Heights Police Department and the Chief of Police invite all residents to attend police night out, national night out. That would be Wednesday, August 6th, between 6 and 9 p.m. at the police station parking lot, where there will be free food, music, games, bouncy houses, and a game truck, and fun activities for all ages. So I hope you guys can make it August 6th at 6 o'clock at the police department parking lot. And I guess that's it. Thank you, Council Chair.
All right, I'll go next. Happy almost birthday to Rose Trepapi, who is the godmother of this entire community. And we love you so, so much, for real. You're the best, Rose. I also want to wish Rachel Lapointe a happy birthday. Rachel and her husband Chris do a phenomenal job. They're actually doing this thing where they're giving you meeting overviews. And I'm sure Chris is the one probably running that. He's doing a great, great job. I actually read it all the other day and I was like, man, this is great. Who knows, maybe he'll apply for a job in Dearborn Heights. But it was really, really nice to be able to read and see that type of stuff. You know, I don't want to say why, but I've been going around to a lot of the neighborhoods and, you know, as I went through some of the neighborhoods, I cannot believe the amount of blight in our neighborhoods. You know, it is crazy. I don't know what it's gonna take for residents just to wake up and say, I'm gonna cut my grass. But why is it so hard to trim your bushes and cut your grass? Nobody's asking you to plant flowers. But I don't know why we don't have a beautiful city, beautiful commission. It is like, Director Lefebvre, thank you. I know your staff, especially during the season right now, it's so hard, but like, there's only so much you can do. There's only so many ordinance officers can write a ticket and go out and go back and forth, but it's every single day, somebody's talking to me about their blight, and every single day I'm calling Kevin from the ordinance department, or I'm calling Director Lefebvre, and I'm like, please call this person, please call this person, please check up on this home, please go to this home. This person granted permission to go in the backyard. And it's like, nobody cares. We really need to figure this out because the blight is just so ugly in the city. People just don't like it. And it's really it's driving down property value. It's driving down our community, saying that people, you know what, I don't want to live here. I don't want to send my kids to the schools here. I don't want to be a part of Dearborn Heights. And at one point, like I've said this many times, to be in Dearborn Heights was really this middle scale, and it's no longer feeling like that anymore. And then, you know, lastly, I want to thank our police officers. Most recently, my family and I were coming home with my son and my daughter and my wife. And it seemed like a neighbor of mine was going through was going through some type of manic episode, and our police department really knew how to assess the situation. They knew how to have a conversation with the individual. They were able to they were able to detain the gentleman who was going through some type of emotional breakdown. Family was the one that called, but I was so proud of our police department. They were so calm, they were so collective, they had a great conversation. The man actually was holding a weapon and climbed the roof. The officer was able to kind of, calmly have a conversation with them to get him to come down, take the weapon where he was actually handed over the weapon, and they were able to take him over to the Dearborn Police Department. So congratulations to our police department. That was awesome work by you guys. I'm all excited. Councilman Constant.
Thank you, Council Chair. Good meeting. Let's just work on getting things done and getting them accomplished. We talked about the court resource program. It's a great program, very needed. Let's get it done. Somebody inside who works day to day with the water department says we need a supervisor position. I think it's a good idea. Let's get it done. Regarding the fire station, I was not aware that when we did, for example, the parking lot at Canfield, which I've tripped on many times, we didn't do a full 20-year job. That's fine, but let's this council concentrate. I know we don't have the cooperation all the time of the mayor's office about getting things done.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council members?
Can I combine?
Yeah, you can combine, absolutely.
Okay, in reference to the Ecorse Creek, I was at Jackson Street today. A lady abuts the property. Their name is Adair. And they've received something from Wayne County saying that stuff is going to start happening this week into next week on the creek. Reach 3 is being taken to where they're going to start cutting down the stuff and working on the Ecorse Creek. I also have something from one of the committee members from the Ecorse Creek that shows one of the places where we're doing a bridge. And we will be discussing all that tomorrow night at our Ecorse Creek meeting. And that's 6 o'clock at 3335 South Beach Daly. If anyone's interested, we can update you on the latest as we know it. And then to go into announcement, the South Dearborn Heights Civic Association will be at the Justice Center this Thursday only, and that will be at 6 o'clock. One of our speakers will be our treasurer. The other speaker will be our assessor. So everyone is welcome to that.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your announcements all the time, always so consistent, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman. Councilman Wenzel, am I ending with you, or am I going with Councilwoman Menalowski?
Oh.
Councilman Wenzel.
Okay, thank you, Council Chair.
You're on the clock.
I'm on the clock, okay. Recently we've established through resolutions I submitted to City Council, a Public Safety Commission, a Veterans Affairs Commission, and a Commission on Disability Concerns. And these 3 commissions are kind of being put on the side back burner. As a matter of fact, the Veterans Affairs Commission, the administration told a member that we voted on that illegally. It doesn't exist. And this was voted on by council and approved. And I'll talk to you about who I talked to later. And I'm working on something right now, hopefully by the end of the week, where we can get these 3 commissions. This Public Safety Commission needs to be more involved in all the things going on, and they're not. They're trying to get access to different things. So we got to help them out in our other 2 commissions, the Disability Commission, the Veterans Commission. So I'm working on something like that. It's a shame that these people want to be parts of this commission, and they're being told by the administration that this commission doesn't exist.
That's bullcrap.
We voted on it. And
unanimously passed.
And once again, August 9th, in conjunction with the Friends of the Detroit River, there's a cleanup program at Heather Lane Park. They'll be cleaning the banks of the creek. All supplies are provided by Friends of the Detroit River, and we'll be working on the playscape there also. And on the same day, August 9th, the Dad's Club having their annual field day at Swapka Park. And Council Chair, is there any way that we could have next week's study session be a special meeting? Because I want to get the okay to get the community garden going, because there's a lot of people, literally dozens of people that want to start getting involved, but they're not going to do anything unless we got the okay to do it. That's something we can vote on. Can we make it a special meeting?
Well, next week we have a meeting on our health benefits, which George, we're doing that. Can we also make sure that we have like representations from both unions or all unions? From like the police, the fire as well? Because that also works in conjunction with our fire department, our police department. And believe it or not, they had some questions. And then I also want to make sure that those that are also submitted are also here when they're presenting. I want them to have it. It's a 10 or 15-minute presentation.
Can we make it a special meeting? Is it too late? I mean, that'd be requested by the council chair.
Well, I'll get with George tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like, because, and another thing, if something came up today, for August 12th, our next scheduled meeting, I have a family situation where I won't be able to attend that meeting.
Which one?
The next regular meeting, August 12th. That's a long way. That's 4 weeks away, basically.
Yeah, I mean, why is it so long? No, is that our next meeting?
No,
Yeah.
today is the 22nd. It's about
4 weeks.
about 3 weeks.
More than that.
3 weeks. 12 days and 8 days. That's what, 20 days?
Yeah. 1 day away from 3 weeks.
Yeah, I said 3 weeks.
Yeah, yeah.
You said 4 weeks.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, anyway, I mean, if we can make it just a special meeting and let me know in the event, because if we do, I'd like to put something on the agenda for a special.
What day is the you said August 9th is the Rouge?
August 9th, yeah, it's a Saturday.
Okay, and then what else you have also on August 9th? Don't you have something on
Community garden.
August
I'd like to
6th.
vote on the community garden, to authorize the use of the property.
I know, but
It's
you
in
said
the,
August 9th. You said you had a couple of things.
oh, the Dance Club Field Day.
What time is that?
That's, they start like at 10 or something. They go all day.
Okay, what about the baseball game that's taking place?
They're,
Police and fire.
yeah, that got a kibosh.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's not happening because the police department reached out to me today and said it is.
On that field day,
Yeah.
I think it's a separate date, unless they changed it. Last thing I heard is that they wanted to have their own special thing on a special location. I believe that's this last I heard it down here on the north end.
They're doing it in the north end?
That's the last thing I heard, but they might have changed it since then. That's the last thing I heard.
I mean, why wouldn't we wanna like have this?
Like we did last year?
Yeah,
I don't know.
why don't you do it?
It wasn't my decision. It was the police and fire's decision. Like I say, maybe it's changed it. They haven't contacted me or anybody else about changing it, but last thing I heard, it was gonna be held at Central or whatever, and I don't know, but you can find out, but that's the last thing I heard is that they didn't want it.
I think you need to do what you did last year.
We can't, I mean, we could try. I'll reach out to them.
All right.
Fire and police. But I mean, if we could have a special meeting instead of study session next week.
I'll get with George and I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. And is my 2 minutes up? No, that's good. I'm good. Thank you.
Is there a reason why we're not doing it at Swapka Park?
I don't know. It wasn't up to me. I mean, we approached them months ago,
Who did?
myself and Barb. And maybe she knows, is she on? No?
No, she's not tonight.
I don't know. Well,
Yeah.
We gotta figure that out.
Yeah.
I wanna make sure that we're supporting it. If that's on the same day. Well,
Yeah.
okay, we'll figure it out.
Yep.
We're gonna take it open up to the audience. I'm gonna start off on Zoom. I'm gonna go with Dana. I believe it's Mr. Parrish. But let me make sure he gets on here. I don't wanna start his time until he starts to speak. There he is. Madam Clerk, please unmute Mr. Parrish. Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on. Hold on 1 second. You're still muted, Dana.
Okay, there we go.
There he goes.
Dana Parrish, Grinley Park Street, Dearborn Heights. Good evening, everyone. Couple of things. One was on the water department. See if you can get on top of that, because obviously that's a hot potato. Wasn't gonna say anything about that tonight, but since it came up, please see what you can do about that as soon as you can, because that's on everybody's mind. Second was, I had an issue with electrical permits and things, so I went to BSNA. BSNA is not being updated, at least for my home anyways. I found some permit, the last permit that I had pulled in my home that showed on BSNA was decades ago. Now, I've had some recent work done, and I was checking on it, and it wasn't there. So why we're paying tens of thousands of dollars for a system that isn't being updated, I have no clue. Also, another point, I had an electric put in for a stove for me because of my respiratory issues. And some other issues done. And come to find out, it was an electric outlet outside for electric vehicle. And I found out by calling, they said it was approved by the city. No, it wasn't. It was inspected. No, it wasn't, because they have to inspect it in the house. No one ever came. So I wish Mr. Watland hadn't left, because I'd love to find out who's signing off on these inspections. This used to happen way long time ago when somebody else was in charge. I want to know who's doing that. And I also wanted to know do we own the data on BSNA? In the contract, does the city of Dearborn Heights own that data? Or does BSNA own that data in that database? Because that's very important for the city to know so if we quit with BSNA, would the city of Dearborn Heights own that data, or would BSNA own that data? All of our information from the city. Does anyone know that answer to that question?
We own the data based on the software, right?
We own the data, they own the software. We have a license to use the software, just like if you have a license with Microsoft. But we own the data. I suppose the real issue is if we switch and we go to ABC software, to migrate that data over, because it's in BSNA, if we get charged to do this.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
IT director's not here, but I will reach out to him.
Yeah, and to be certain, there is very specific wording. I don't have it at this moment, but I know somebody who knows very well. But there's very specific information, which I'll send to the council chair, that has to be in that contract. Very specific IT type wording that has to be in there that says that it doesn't say you own the data, but there's very specific wording that has to be in there. If it's not in there, we don't own it. Just so you know. But I'd like to see about that BSNA stuff and see why we're not putting the information in there and updating it, because it's useless if we're not using the system. We got to get caught up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
so much, Dana. And
Night.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Dana made my son a Spider-Man thing. Pretty nice, pretty neat. Thank you. Next up, we have S. Kaminsky. Wonder who that is.
Good evening, Council. Sue Kaminsky, Amboy Street, Dearborn Heights. I got on late, so I missed a good portion of the meeting, but I understood that I was given credit for the handshake deal between the county and Crestwood School District for use of the parking lot at Warren Valley Golf Course for the Riverside kids. I appreciate the kudos, but it was not me. Actually, it was in 2004, and it was Donna Ansonek who arranged that handshake deal. So I just kind of wanted to clarify that. I'm very familiar with it, but it was not me that instigated that.
Thank you so much, Sue. I'm sorry, I was the one that gave the wrong kudos. God rest Donna's soul, and I appreciate her for that.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
You too. Next up, we have Nicole. Please state your name, the city you reside in, and the street that you live on. You got 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Nicole Probe, Academy Street, Dearborn Heights. I wholeheartedly agree that you guys need check registers so you can see what payments are going in and out. My only comment is I think something needs to be done about utility payments like DTE, especially for the DPW waste management. A representative from DTE was at DPW last week to turn off our gas because the bill was past due. Also, we have 20-yard street sweeper dumpsters that we put the refuse in when the sweepers go out. That priority has picked up to take to waste management, only to be turned away and had to bring the dumpster back because that bill has not been paid. So I think something needs to be put in place to kind of get those out on a more timely basis. And then as far as training for us staff, we did do that about a year and a half ago. However, I don't think it was tailored appropriately for municipality workers in the situations that we deal with. It was more kind of like retail type situations, which really didn't apply to us. So I didn't really find it that helpful. But that's all I have for tonight. And you guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate you. And yeah, that's pretty embarrassing. Next up, we have Sneer DHPD. I do it, sir. Please state your name, the city, reside in, the street that you live on.
Good evening, Council. Brian Sneer. I'm the president of the Dearborn Heights Police Officers Association. I did hear a little bit about the softball game, and I just wanted to kind of clear that up for everybody. The softball game will be held on August 9th at 8 o'clock at Swapka Park. So just so everybody knows, the game will be held there. I hope everybody, including all of council, comes out and
who are you working with on this?
So the D7 Dads Club reached out to the fire department, and that's kind of how this all got started.
Okay. Can we make sure we include Councilman Wanso on this? And I'm sorry to say that, but this, I mean, look, this guy championed last year. I swear, not because I love him, but because I watched him last year at the end while everybody was running home. This man was cleaning up, taking off everything by himself. Like I remember, I think I even took the bag home. I think I still have that tent, but the truth is he was running around. He cut his shirt in half and stapled it, so he was between the police and fire. And I just feel like this is something that he really enjoys. So if we can please coordinate this with him and please coordinate with Barb, because she put on a lot of time and effort in this as well last year. Well, if we can do that, that would be great.
Yeah, not a problem at all.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
I mean, I know how much you cared last year. I mean, it was on your face. You didn't say it, but I watched you, how hard you worked.
Especially that you had that T-shirt, had police are fired.
No, but I swear, what resonated was at the end of the night while everybody was tired and everybody was going home and I was the one cleaning, man.
Did you help them?
I did.
Oh.
I helped him put the tent away. Ask him. Yeah. Piece by piece. But it was his tent.
He helped them, he took the tent.
It ended up in my trunk. Now we're gonna open it up to the residents. Or you know what? We'll start off with announcements from administration. I don't know why I went to Zoom first. Forgive me.
Good evening. Lynn Senya, City Clerk. I'm speaking as your City Clerk. Just a reminder that 2 weeks from today, hopefully we will be ending or finishing up on election night. But I wanted to give you a quick update. We've issued 7,177 ballots. The majority of them are from the permanent ballot list, which was mailed out June 26th. We're at 2,600 returns, a little over 36%. So we're encouraging those that have their ballots to return them as soon as possible because it makes it go better on election day for us. We do have the drop boxes at the Richard A. Young Center, the JFK Junior Library, the Justice Center in City Hall. A reminder to those that are turning them in, prior to returning them, please make sure you have a signature on that. And because if you don't have a signature on that, we have to reject it. We call the voter up that day and let them know that they have to come in and cure their signature. And they also get some piece of paper in the mail, a notification in the mail. As well as the only thing we do with the absentee ballots before The processing on election day is verifying their signature, that the one that we have on file, if there's any doubt and question on that, that's the same thing. They have a chance to cure their signature. And they have that, I think it's like up to 3 days after the election to do that, but we want them to do that beforehand. On Saturday, August 2nd, the office will be open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then the polls will be open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. on August 5th. As you all know, that we did consolidate our precincts. We have 8 polling locations. Each registered household received notification that their precinct location may have changed, was that? All registered voters as well received a new voter ID card. If they did not receive one, give us a call at 791-3439. I do want to thank, well, first of all, I want to tell you the notifications that we have provided to get that word out besides the postcards and the registration cards. There is Civic Send now, right? Is that Civic Send? Okay. I've asked Bob Bancraft to put a notification on for the e-newsletter, so that information should be online. I'm also going to do a flash on our website, and we're going to try the Civic Send, which is if we have an email or a phone number, we're going to use Civic Send to send that notification out to the voters as well. And then at the polling locations that we're not going to be using anymore, we're going to use sandwich boards so that the voter does not have to get out of the car. So if they go to City Hall or Kinloch, they don't have to get out of the car. So it's going to say your new polling location is at, I think it's Canfield. So, and then there is there'll be notices on each of the doors too. And I want to thank River Oaks, St. Sabina, a sincere thank you to these polling locations that have serviced our community for quite a long time. It's River Oaks, St. Sabina, City Hall, Kinloch, Robichaud, Thorne, Madison, Bedford, Pardee, and Topolk. And our polling locations are Dearborn Public Schools, the Dearborn Heights campus on Ann Arbor Trail and Warren, Riverside Middle School at Warren and Beech, Berwyn, Caroline Kennedy, Canfield, JFK Junior Library, the Eaton Center, and Annapolis. I'm happy to report that 5 of those 8 are at our own buildings. So we have a little more control over the space. Okay, thank you. Get those AV ballots in.
Thanks, Ed.
Good afternoon, council members. I just wanted to say some announcements with regards to some of the work that's going on. I'm sure you've already heard about it, but the work on Ann Arbor Trail has begun. So road crews have started on the replacement between Evergreen and Parkland on the city's northeast side during the first phase of the project. Only eastbound traffic is permitted in the construction zone, and westbound traffic is being detoured along Evergreen, Warren, and Outer Drive. So travelers are strongly advised to pay attention while driving and obey the traffic regulations and not move or alter any of the signage for the length of this project. We have a map available on the website, as well as what the alternative routes are for residents. We did have quite a few complaints on the first day that this started off, mostly because drivers are not paying attention to the signage there. So we ask for your collaboration in sharing this information with residents if they're having any issues with the traffic there. And piggybacking also off of Councilwoman Breyer, we did get notice yesterday about the Ecorse Creek Drain Reach 3 project that they have for the $10 million of ARPA money that the county received to clear the Ecorse Creek. So they are actually starting the week of July 21st through 25th, which is this week, with tree removals between the intersections of Hip Street and Hanover Street. And then on the week of July 28th through August 1st, they're going downstream west of M39 Southfield Freeway. So just be aware that that's happening. All of the residents that will be impacted that are right adjacent to the Ecorse Creek have been sent notifications by the county. There is a website available to reach the county and an email available for them that's also posted on our website if anybody has any issues. But we just wanted to give everybody a heads up that these projects are happening.
Thank you.
Any other announcements?
Good evening, Council. My name is Mary D. Martinez, owner of All American Parties LLC, a local family entertainment company, and I'm a Wayne County resident from Westland, Michigan. I want to share with you two topics I'm very passionate about. The first is Motor City Heroes. Motor City Heroes gives 25% of all real estate commission back to our local heroes like police, fire, nurses, and veterans when they buy or sell a home. We want to help our local community heroes with home ownership, and this is the perfect opportunity to show them our appreciation by giving them back 25% of any commission we receive on a transaction, which ends up being significant savings. Check out MotorCityHeroes.com for more info. I would also like to announce that I have published the children's chapter book, A Venture Abroad with the McCaffery Siblings, that is now out on Amazon. Read along and follow Mary and Michael across the Atlantic Ocean on an adventure to Paris, France, to study abroad. Discover exciting twists and turns around every corner while learning to use key principles, honesty, courage, perseverance, and consistency in your own pursuits to help young readers attain success in any aspect of their life. Adventure Abroad with the McCaffery Siblings is now out on Amazon and is a perfect family read for ages 9 to 14. Please support your local author and purchase my book. Thank you for your time.
Council Chair, could I ask her to give her information or contact information before you leave? Could you do that? Give me, okay, thank you. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
If you can leave, there's a form you can fill up here with your information and give it to the secretary.
Okay.
Here
Madam
you go.
Treasurer.
I'll bring it to you. I can bring it to you after I speak. That's the form. You're welcome. All right, good evening again. I'm going to speak as the treasurer. First of all, I want to say happy birthday to Rose. Happy birthday. And Rachel, of course, who I think is online. I want to thank Nikki, who spoke about the DTE bills and other things that are in the red when we get those checks issued and by the time they come to me, right? I think that's something that we need to talk about Tuesday, which brings me to the resolution. I want to thank you, council body, those who support, thank you, but those who don't, that's okay. I'm glad that we're going to talk about it because I absolutely agree with you that this needs to be discussed of what we've been going through in the treasurer's office for some time. Okay. And that leads me to Madam Clerk, by the way, who is doing a phenomenal job as Madam Clerk in elections. But not only that, I don't know if y'all realize, because we don't have a deputy or controller, we don't have an interim controller, we have a deputy controller. She's signing the checks. She has to review them. That's taking time out of her day when she should be focused on elections. So it's a lot for her too. And I thank her for her time because I know I bothered her today trying to chase down checks for people who are calling me. You got them? Okay, see? And I think that's something we got to talk about because I'm not quite sure at one time the comptroller's office used to, when they get an invoice from a department, I'm going to pick on DPW because he's right here, they would stamp it with a date and time. They knew when it came in. I don't know if that's happening anymore because by the time I get it and it goes through the accounts payable issuing it, right? The invoice and they issue the check. It has to go through Madam Clerk in this case because we don't have a comptroller, interim comptroller. And then it gets to me. And then I end up having like 24 to 48 hours or less to turn that thing out because people are calling. And they are calling and they're being told that I have the checks, but I don't necessarily have them. Okay.
Chair.
So I just want to say thank you for that. And we'll discuss that on Tuesday.
Yeah, can we just leave the discussion for Tuesday so it doesn't become a back and forth, please?
That's what I was going to say. I think that should be part of the
I know,
discussion.
it's about to, because now Mahdi's gonna get up and respond to this.
Yeah.
That's a study session for a reason.
I was going to say I'd welcome him to be there Tuesday because I think this is all part of the discussion. And that's what I was going to say.
This is comments.
Yep. And let me see, was there anything else? Oh, yeah, there's one more thing. One more thing. There was a comment made tonight that was not correct. And I feel
obligated that we need to correct it because putting this information out is incorrect. Okay, it hurts the residents, it hurts all of us. The treasurer does not reconcile the accounts to the general ledger or the checks. Okay, Plant Moran, Mr. Kamler, Brian Kamler with Plant Moran in 2021 issued that statement. It's in writing, and I've shared it with this council body probably more than once. I want to be really, really clear that we all understand that because it's a conflict of interest, you see, because we do the work. We can't reconcile our own work, okay? So that's the reason why, and I want to just clear that up because it was mentioned again tonight, and I want to make sure we have the record straight. Thank you.
Are we giving comments?
Literally 30 seconds. That's all I want to say.
Okay.
I want to apologize for any of the inefficiencies that the accounts payable department has had in the past month or so. Due to the comptroller stepping away, as well as there's a new employee in the accounts payable position. I've had to train that employee as well as taking on the duties of the other parts of the department. So we have had some inefficiencies, but the employee is getting caught up to speed and she's doing a very good job. I am doing my due diligence and trying to process these accounts payable as soon as possible. However, sometimes because the threshold is 1,500, these bills are not being paid on time due to having to be approved by council, which is part of my procurement policy that I'm going to be proposing next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, very much. Any more comments from Director? Surprise.
Real quick, I just got a couple announcements, I guess. On a positive note, we finally hired 3 employees that I think might work out for quite a while. So services will start, I think, increasing efficiency a little bit. Our HR director, I think, is doing a pretty good job of setting up some processes that'll help us to get qualified individuals in. Again, if you're still looking, City of Dearborn Heights, second to none in so many ways, but
Director,
still think it's a great way to.
I'll cut you off. I actually had a resident reach out today. He's a truck driver trying to apply for a position on the website. Can't find it. I'm gonna send you over his information.
Yeah.
Please call him.
That's fine. I can do that tomorrow. Just another couple easy reminders for residents. Please get your garbage cans and cars off the streets, even during garbage day. Put them on the extension. You're not going to see a street sweeper every single time, but we need that to happen as a routine in order for us to get out there and do it. Catch basins, as Councilman Saab usually mentions, please clean them. We're trying to set up some different equipment needs, contractors, DPW guys to really start trying to get on cleaning some of these pipes. But we do need residents too. If you have one out by your street and there's leaves and garbage on it, it doesn't take very long to take a garbage bag out there and pick it up. So that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, Director.
Congratulations.
Any more comments? Any more comments from anybody? All set?
Yep.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Councilwoman.
Okay.
Seconded by Councilman Saab. Have a nice evening, everyone. All in favor?
Bye.
Please.
I've been sitting here all night waiting for it to end.
Who got the same?
Councilwoman and seconded by Councilman Saab.